stupid stuff like that.
You know what that tells me?
What?
She only watches my videos to try to catch something.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm wondering why she watches my videos.
And that's why she was going around asking, what's her name? Abby. And then it took a minute to see me. I told Abby to come and experience that. She was doing her business. It's not none of her business, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not her business at all. Not your business at all. I thought every time it's their business. Because you don't need to know what my life is outside here. So when you usually get around home, you just talk about when you made it to how many years. You know?
Yeah. Even though we was being nice to her, she's still being a bitch. We didn't even realize it. You did, probably.
I did.
I didn't know her. I just know what you tell me. She tells me she's a bitch. I'm like, why are we giving this bitch a ride home? And she needs a ride home. Even if she is a bitch, she still needs a ride home, huh?
I said, if you have home, she said, yeah, I said, you ain't give me a home, I need a ride home.
Right.
That's why I said, if she's a ride home now, when you drive, I'm going to do it. And once I stay work, once she's 15 minutes, to be there, this would have, can you give me a ride home? And her knowing I think 60 tonight, I told her, yeah. And she said, still sitting.
You told her I can't see good at night, but yeah.
Yeah, I told her that.
And then she was scared shitless.
Yep.
I heard that.
So I used to drive home every night because I know the way. Hey, I'm on time today. I'm on time every day except for yesterday. Pick something else. You're a dumbass for real. That was it. You don't mind after we give her a ride home. They don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not none of my business. dumbass. They were cheated.
Yeah.
He's a user. Well, like I said, I don't ask him much anymore. I used to see him here, I asked him. I don't even ask him. It's been like a month, so I didn't ask him. He said, "We didn't work yet?" Yep. There it is. Because I'm not sitting on myself. I want my TV. Yeah.
Yeah. You remember, did you ever see that movie Monsters, Inc.?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You remember how the monsters fed on the emotions of the children, fear? So the name of the substance of an emotion is called luge, which is like water. Luge means water. And so that's what they do. They feed on emotions. So they make you have anxiety, and then a monster's feeding on that. A demon.
Right.
Hey, why do you think it is that people want to believe in Sasquatch? Bigfoot.
I don't know.
I
You tell me.
don't know. I was hoping you had an answer.
They don't believe in passport. They don't believe in a modern monster and the Loch Ness monster. And what they want to have Texas, Mexico.
Chupacabra.
The dog fight.
Chupacabra.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know what? None of them believe in Leviathan.
Believe in what?
Leviathan.
What?
He's
They don't believe in that.
because he's in the Bible, but they don't believe in him. They're like, well, I don't know, that's stupid. I never heard of no Leviathan. What? Big Leviathan? Big fan?
Uh-huh.
I believe in Big Fan, but not no Leviathan.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Tina. Hey, how you doing? I had this corporate shop. Closed the shop. He was in Howard. He retired? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. He was myself. He was the only one in the shop. I said, he was the only, I can't remember the name of it. But he was the only one there. I never really know the name of it. Never had an appointment with her to do it. Yeah. But yeah, he was just by himself. Operating out of a house. So they closed up. Out of a house. So they have like a, they go one like an office. There's the office of a house. Yeah. All right. Hey, Camille. Hey, Sammy, I thought we got calling me back. Hey, Sammy, I thought we got calling me back. She took me home in 3 hours, and I was late, 9 minutes late. 3 minutes, yeah. Yep. Stupid. That's all right.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you go. I love you.
Love you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Peace. Hold on.
Okay.
Bye.
Holla. Bye.
Jones Blocker.
Yo,
What up?
not much. We're down in Florida. Just got done
God bless
eating.
you.
You doing all right?
Yeah. You in Florida?
Yeah, I'll be back Saturday.
Cool. Oh, y'all fishing?
Yeah.
I forgot you told me y'all were going fishing soon.
It's tough fishing, man. We only caught one fish in 2 days.
Dang.
But we're having fun. We're having a good time.
True that. You just go to the
Yeah.
eat some fish instead, huh?
Yeah, we've been going to the restaurant. Yeah.
They got fish there. I
Yeah,
caught
yeah.
one. Look at this one.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
Well,
good.
love you.
Love you too, Matt. See you, buddy. God bless you.
God bless you too. Peace. Bye. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. Yep, she's just a landlocked mermaid, but she's a mermaid. But nobody believes in Leviathan, but everybody believes in Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. Yep, she's just a landlocked mermaid, but she's a mermaid. But nobody believes in Leviathan, but everybody believes in Bigfoot. Loch Ness Monster. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. She's just a landlocked mermaid, but she's a mermaid. But nobody believes in Leviathan, but everybody believes in Bigfoot. Loch Ness Monster. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. She's just a land. Mermaid.
Always remember that all that bullshit you think about is all the bullshit you bring about. Stay righteous. Always remember that.
Okay, what y'all doing? Anybody on here? There are people watching. Okay, that's dope. I got a DoorDash. Ew. Yeah, I'll do it. But I need a drink, so I'm gonna have to run up in this store. And I'm not gonna take you with me, cause just don't got time for any of that. All right, I'm back with y'all. Just same guy. I gave the homeless guy some money over there on the freeway, and then he was in the store. He's a nice guy.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leaker administration, particularly regarding classified national security interests and information. So we'll let this play out and see where it goes. But if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Oh yeah, leaking classified information. That. Oh, doesn't this sniff a bit like that stereotypical behavior that Charlie Kirk was talking about? This is literally just the woke left all over again. I want to show you guys this post by Publius on X. The FBI is investigating Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson harder and more aggressively than, he said more aggressively than, and then he just goes on this whole list here. Epstein clients, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Merrick Garland, Chris Wray, James Comey, John Brennan. We've got Anthony Fauci on this list, Eric Holder, Jack Smith, Liz Cheney. The list goes on and on. The list just goes on and on. Hakeem Jeffries, Jerry Nadler, State actors. We have no arrest for anybody in the Epstein files. We have no arrest for anything that happened during COVID. But we got Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson that are the greatest threats to our
Man, it's
country
almost
here.
over
Give me
now.
a break. Just give me a break. And
Almost
why?
went too far now.
Here's why. Tucker Carlson asked Joe Kent to explain why he wrote in his resignation letter that Iran did not pose any imminent threat to America. This now in context with Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's testimony before Congress is very important. Let's take a listen here and then we'll get into that.
Cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation.
Or ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier, and could get you.
Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause? And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in
Joe
real
Kent,
time.
the president.
Back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later. And no one seems to understand the things that
It's
you saw
funny.
because they've been eliminated. So I think it's important to stop
Sure
and
they
say,
would
here's what we actually know. So I'd
infiltrate
like
his
now, if
mind
you
also.
would, just to play one of the statements that you
Oh,
alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced. And he was explaining as this has happened in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that in day one.
Okay, so that is his almost contemporaneous explanation, and it's not offhand. He reasons it out. He explains there's a logic chain there, and he says, we knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that.
Right.
He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly, and I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who's in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and in the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel, but when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react.
Okay, so let's pause it there. So if you guys haven't seen this whole interview, my goodness, I want you to go watch it. If you really want, just Joe Kent's level of knowledge of what's going on in Iran and the history of Iran is deep. And, you know, if you really want to nerd out on this specific issue of the foreign policy, then this is a phenomenal interview to watch start to finish. But we're going to pause it right there, because as far as this issue goes, for those of us who are saying that Israel got us into this war with Iran, both through military action that forced our hand, as you just heard right there, and then the lobbying influence. But we're not saying this based on our own opinions. We're saying this because this is precisely what the Trump administration is telling us. You just heard Marco Rubio right there. And if you've all been watching my show, you've seen that clip before. The imminent attack that was going to happen was Israel attacking Iran, which, if the U.S. did not preemptively get involved in, would have resulted in higher American casualties, as you just heard Joe Kent say right there. We knew how Iran would respond to an attack. And we knew that our own American military members, bases, or locations were vulnerable if they were.
Stupidest thing
By
I
us
ever
going
heard
in
of.
preemptively, once we found out that
That's
an
the
attack from Israel
stupidest
was
thing I
imminent,
ever heard
it
of.
saved American lives. But what's the most important aspect
Even
of
the
that
Book of
is
Mormon
Israel
is better than this
forced our
bullshit.
hand into it. And that's out of the mouth of our Secretary of State. Okay? Also,
Literally,
and I
the
want to
Book of
repeat this
Mormon
again,
has a
they
better
told us
strategy
in June,
for war
after
than
Operation
the Trump
Midnight Hammer,
administration.
that Iran's nuclear capabilities were obliterated. And that's directly from the White House. And they told us that if we doubted that, it was misinformation. It was literally misinformation for us to think otherwise. I've said that, and I've said it till I'm blue in the face, because that's the truth. Tulsi Gabbard, then the director of national intelligence, confirmed that yesterday in her testimony before Congress, she said that Iran made no effort to rebuild their nuclear program, their nuclear enrichment program since then. Since we obliterated in June of 2025, they made no effort to rebuild it. But the question that both Tucker and Joe Kent are getting after here is, why could we have just not told Israel, no, you will not attack? And if you do, there will be consequences. You're not going to force our hand here. This would be possible to do if we were a proper and aligned country on foreign policy, and we had a proper and aligned relationship.
All right. Phone's hot. Let's do this real quick.
We don't, because our government, body politic, and media is occupied. And when I say occupied, I mean that literally, by Zionists. The majority of political decision makers are...
Here we go. So I'm bringing the phone with me. I'm bringing you guys with me because this place is dope. Basically college right there. We got Chick-fil-A. This place is Busy Bee. I don't know what this is. Let's see. Busy Bee or Walmart. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Wes. How you doing?
Well, nobody told me nothing, Tam. I'm gonna cancel it because ain't nobody told me. That's why I'm calling.
Cool place. Cool place. I don't know what they got up in here. Look like some fried chicken in. Let's see what they got here. They got two fried chicken wings, fried baked macaroni cheese, collard greens. Okay. I might have to go there. Sounded like they had some stuff going on in there. Somebody called while we was in there and they were saying, you know, I come pick it up. And it was cancel it, pick it up, cancel it. So, you know what that means? I don't know what that means. But I know one thing, my phone is hot. My phone is hot. Here we go. Bang, bang, bang. Got me a new drink. The stove when we was by the stove. Okay, let's go.
of our Congress receives pro-Israel money, funding. Or They believe that Israel is God ordained, and they will be cursed if they do not support their wishes. We cannot keep a prudent relationship with the state of Israel.
Where they at? Nobody coming. I got to be very careful. I had a lot of dreams lately, which means I need to be careful.
Prudent arm's length and have a prudent America First foreign policy relationship with them,
But
given this religious
with all things,
and lobbying
prayer and
influence.
supplication.
Tucker then
How about
presses the
ya-
question further, though,
Hayahashi,
and asks Joe Kent
yanati,
why we can't
yaha.
just say no to Israel and then enforce consequences on them if they do not listen. This is Joe Kent's answer. Let's take a listen to it.
Was it ever discussed, the option that you mentioned at the beginning? Like, no.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so then you have to ask, I'm just following the logic train here. What kind of pressure does it require to get a president who campaigned against exactly this thing for 10 years to do exactly this thing? What does it take to do that?
You tried to put a CD or DVD
It's
in your
called
laptop anymore? Well, good luck.
Illuminati.
Because today, they don't come with CD or
The
DVD
Illuminati
drive.
just
Back in
tells
the
you
day-
what to do and you do it.
I wish I knew definitively. I think there's two potentials or two schools of thought. I mean, one is the media echo chamber, the donors, the way the Israelis come in and kind of launder the information like I described previously. And then the other option is much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And there
We'll do a
is
comedy
enough
video
data
over
to
here.
at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to ask, basically, was there any
Shoot a comedy video right here on TikTok while we're turning. Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't doing nothing he said he was going to do when he was running for president? And I said, well, that's because the Illuminati said he can't do none of that stuff. And you really can't do nothing unless they say it. So we might as well just forget about it. Just do what they say. Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't doing nothing he said he was going to do when he was running for president? And I said, well, that's because the Illuminati said he can't do none of that stuff. And you really can't do nothing unless they say it. So we might as well just... Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't...
what took place with Asim Merchant, who was recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump. The FBI put a confidential human source at him. All this is public now. This is all out there in the open. And he's arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot at President Trump. We think Merchant and the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Merchant. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we did get into his devices, maybe there's nothing there. No more questions are allowed to be asked about Thomas Crooks. The DHS IG is currently being blocked from investigating Butler as well. That's out in the media. That's all well known. Your investigative journalists found that Crooks did indeed have an online persona,
Quite an
online
extensive
footprint,
one.
and he was talking to people. So it's like, why aren't we investigating this? I mean, if
An attempted murder of a presidential
attempted
candidate?
murder of a presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year. And then, Charlie Kirk was killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in in the West Wing in the stairway, and I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small. You've been in the West Wing. It's it's small. It's a tight space, and he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran."
All right, let's pause it there. So this is what the Zionist lobby is literally losing their minds over this clip right here. And since the Zionist lobby wants to call Joe Kent a liar for this exchange with Tucker Carlson over what he just said right there about Butler and Charlie Kirk, but specifically about Charlie Kirk, they're accusing him of putting words in Charlie's mouth. I want to share something with you because this provides very solid proof that Joe Kent is being honest right there, and he is 100% telling the truth, even though they are accusing him of lying about it.
Running for president of Jupiter, Alabama's Masonic Lodge. Now, I want to bus a whole bunch of people in here for a rally. So if you're interested in getting paid to go to Jupiter, Alabama and hang out with me, let me know. I am running for president.
So that's another comedy.
Jupiter, Alabama's Masonic Lodge. Now, I want to bus a whole bunch of people in here for a rally. So if you're interested in getting paid to go to Jupiter, Alabama, and hang, I am running for president of Jupiter, Alabama's Masonic.
Just printed it.
One of the most outspoken people who is crashing out today over all of this is Dan Bongino.
Dan Bongino.
He was, after all, a part of that FBI that Joe Kent is calling out here, and that he calls out even more here in a second. But I want you to take a look at this, and then we'll get into the proof.
What is going on with this GPS?
You're buying everything from TikTok shop when the same stuff is cheaper on AliExpress. Let's fix that.
Some people still don't know about AliExpress. Let's change that. As a new user, get free shipping on your first order with our amazing 3 for 99 cents offer. That's right. Enjoy free shipping and returns and on-time delivery guarantee. No more waiting or worrying. Our 75-day buyer protection policy and secure payments. Explore over 100 million quality items at competitive prices. From the latest fashion to must-have gadgets. Download the AliExpress app now to unlock unbeatable deals.
My daughter just accused me of getting Botox. My girlfriends think I've had a skin tightening treatment. The truth? No injections, no filters, just real living botanicals from the Arctic that gave me my face back. In my 50s, I started to see the carved into my skin. Nothing worked anymore. Retinol burned my skin. Vitamin C made me peel. Expensive creams just sat there, heavy.
If
an attempted murder of a presidential
candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year.
Correct.
And then, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly, very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all.
Okay. Listen, folks. This part I have to just leave here. This is some of the most disgusting, unethical, and immoral stuff I have ever seen. Leveraging the death of my good friend, his brutal murder, his assassination, that the whole world watched in all of its horrifying gore. For your podcast appearance, you're disgusting. Thank you for your service to the country. You're also disgusting.
There you go. All right. God bless you. You need a drink?
Sure. This is just.
There you go. Here's some chips.
You're great.
I wasn't allowed to ask questions.
Okay, God bless you.
You as well. Have a great day.
Peace.
I'm
You
just going
too.
to leave that there, folks. And all you people defending him right now, I'll accept your apology later. You watch. You weren't allowed to ask questions? Sure about that? You sure you want that on the record, Joe? You weren't allowed to ask questions? Really?
Boy, they
Go ahead.
are gonna try to crucify Joe.
Into that at all.
Dan
Charlie Kirk
Bongino's
was
scared.
one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in
Oh,
the
really?
office.
He did? That's fascinating, because I have conversations with Charlie, too. I don't talk about them because the man's dead, and I don't like to
Oh my
invoke
gosh.
his name for podcast clicks, okay? Only to remember him. And I'm not going to now. You sure that's how Charlie felt? Matter of fact, I've got a clip of Charlie we're going to play.
Going through this light.
You sure that's how Charlie felt about the war in Iran? What in the hell is Dan Bongino even talking about?
He's a liar.
Where has he been? Everybody has been talking about Charlie Kirk's perspective on the war in Iran and how he felt about it. And they've been talking about his assassination all over social media since it happened. But all of a sudden, Joe Kent isn't allowed to talk about it, and it's despicable. What are you talking about, Dan? What are you talking about? What about Turning Point USA? Like, they're out here saying what Charlie would have said about all sorts of stuff. I don't see you calling them out, Dan Bongino. And then finally, here is the nail in the coffin of Dan Bongino.
This is how I get all these ideas for these videos.
Charlie Kirk loved war with Iran, and Joe can't go to hell, okay? And we're gonna send him there, me and Bibi Netanyahu, if we can find Bibi, that is, okay? Charlie Kirk loved war with Iran, and Joe can't go to hell, okay? And we're gonna send him there, me and Bibi Netanyahu, if we can find Bibi, that is, okay? Charlie Kirk loved war with Iran.
So tonight, the spirit of creativity
I
is
want you
here.
guys to see this. If you remember
So
this,
might be a bunch of videos tonight.
text messages between Charlie Kirk and Brett Weinstein that corroborate what Joe Kent is saying here. Joe Kent said that he ran into Charlie Kirk in June at the White House. Brett Weinstein shared these text messages with Charlie Kirk from June. You can see the date there, June 18th at 5:07 p.m. And they were talking about this very topic. An article shared between the two of them said proponents for regime change have pivoted in the last 24 hours. They know they are losing and their position is indefensible and unpopular. Keep the pressure on. That is a tweet from Charlie Kirk that Brett Weinstein is sending to Charlie, saying, right there with you, Charlie, we have to shut these maniacs down. Not only is the Republic depending on it, but the citizens of Israel are too. Charlie responds and says, thank you, I totally agree. Brett Weinstein responds and says, by the way, I think President Trump needs to keep the pressure on. The neocons are very vocal and admittedly powerful, but the public does not want war, especially not to be dragged into one by a belligerent Israeli regime. Charlie responds and says, I know we need to be better. I have a theory on this, which is the power of dissident media is very good retroactively at uncovering injustice or scandal /COVID/Ukraine/border. We are not good at driving real-time mass public opinion yet. The neocons are. And then Charlie says here, I'm doing all I can. Truly, I was in the White House all day fighting for America. Same tomorrow. Charlie's in the White House in June talking with President Trump, advising President Trump away from the war in Iran. And we know that he was trying to talk President Trump, and he successfully did, out of a regime change war, defying Bibi Netanyahu. And he was advocating for Operation Midnight Hammer, which ended up taking place. All right? So that aligns perfectly with what Joe Kent is saying right there when he said that he ran into Charlie Kirk in the White House and Charlie was saying, we do not want to go to war with Iran. It's literally perfect evidence. This is evidence right here. Dan Bongino is a liar. and he has no clue what he's talking about. Why is anybody still watching him? That's my question. Who is watching Dan Bongino? Watch Zach Costello instead. For the church.
Is an app where you can buy and sell lots of collectibles.
This guy has a lot of commercials. That's how you know Israel hates him. You got that many commercials, Israel is after you.
But, okay. It's that dark alternative as to why President Trump is caving to the Zionist lobby that has me genuinely concerned. Now, when you take this in context with what Joe Kent is about to say here about the Charlie Kirk investigation, it gets even worse.
Hallelujah.
Before we get to this last clip, though, we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor. If you're taking ibuprofen or Tylenol every day just to deal with aches and pains, you've got to hear this. Those drugs don't solve problems, they just cover it up. For most people, the
biggest problem right now is people are a little burned out on all this discovery. And so they're like, who cares? Nothing's going to happen, so it doesn't matter. That's what a lot of people are saying. So they're just like, I just want to live my Matrix life. I just want to live in the Matrix. Eat a steak with JD Vance. Me, JD Vance, and Jeffrey Epstein's daughter. Hallelujah, Lord. That was pretty good. I didn't even know I could do that. Just need to practice talking like Donald Trump. Just need to practice, that's all. Just practice. And then bomb. Just bomb everyone. Bomb them all. Let Jesus sort them out. Not the Jesus of the Christians, though. The Jesus of the Jews. You know, the new Messiah. This one that's supposed to come out today. The new Messiah. The new wine.
It was designed to. Again, that's
new.
GET, nativepath.com. Getnativepath.com/Zach.
Get it.
Yeah, guys, I've said it to you before. Check out Native Path. Awesome company.
He did. He said it just a second ago. I heard him. But I don't like to listen to commercials, so I'll tune in a minute, Zach. I haven't watched too many of this guy's videos, but he's doing a good job. I'll say that for sure.
Is a great supplement.
Great supplement. I like oregano oil and flaxseed oil is alright also. 400. Going up 400 north.
To remain healthy and keep our bodies and minds, it's an important aspect of our freedom. So check out Native Path, great company. All right. At this point, Tucker Carlson gets visibly upset. He gets visibly upset right here. This Charlie Kirk assassination is something very personal for Tucker. I mean, they truly were great friends. As Joe Kent explains to Tucker that the Counterterrorism Center had more leads to investigate as far as foreign ties to Charlie Kirk's assassination, but they were shut down from pursuing them. This is both extremely frustrating, but it's also an absolute bombshell that we've all been waiting for a long time. Take a listen.
Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into, but there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
No, I don't think you are.
because because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And we knew at the end of the 12-day war, at the end of Midnight Hammer, that the Israelis were going to come back and ask us to go back to war again.
Right.
So we have a lot of data points between Butler, the assassination attempts against President Trump, the breaches of his security, what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Can I just ask you to pause on the Charlie Kirk just because it upsets me to hear what you're saying, to be reminded that he was murdered, but also to hear you confirm what was reported in the media several months ago, that your office had been blocked from investigating his murder. That does not make sense to me. I don't understand why you would ever turn down help in an investigation from a U.S. agency with a lot of experience in gathering intelligence on things. That's your job.
The FBI will say, and the DOJ will say that because it's an ongoing case, it's a Utah State case, that back off, they've got it. They've got a smoking case. They've got the fingerprints on the gun, and they've got the case.
But the FBI was involved in the case.
The FBI was involved. The FBI's basically said that they're deferring to Utah because it's now a state case.
They've established a precedent for federal investigation of this crime.
Yeah, and the National Counterterrorism Center's mandate is to investigate any foreign ties, to see if there's potentially any foreign ties. If we don't find any foreign ties, we back off. What I'm saying, without getting into too much detail, is there was more for us to investigate.
Messed up.
You believe there was reason to investigate foreign ties to Charlie Kirk's murder and were told by the FBI, DOJ?
FBI and DOJ, yeah.
No, you're not allowed to investigate that.
Stop. It's done. They basically cut off our access to be able to get into that information. And look, I didn't even say necessarily that I believe there's 100% foreign ties. There were data points that we needed to investigate. I mean, I think anybody who's...
That was her MK Ultra programming about that. Stop. That's all you need to know. Stop. You can hear it come out of him a little bit. Stop.
We were stopped.
Okay.
And
that just strikes me as
go back to the right.
That could happen.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid a way bigger check without suing, without going to court, and without dealing with insurance directly. Not many people know this, but there's more than one way to get paid after an accident that doesn't involve court or insurance games. Here's the thing. Most people assume they know their options after an accident.
Okay,
insurance or lawsuit. That's it. Pick one and deal with the consequences.
Okay. So
I want to hear that
that's
again.
the former director of National Counterterrorism telling us that they had more leads to investigate.
Anybody who's even, looked at any kind of police investigation, you get 100 leads, you run them down. Case, it's a Utah State case that back off, they've got it. They've got a smoking case. They've got the fingerprints on the gun, and they've got the case.
But the FBI was involved in the case.
The FBI was involved. The FBI's basically said that they're deferring to Utah because it's now a state case.
They've established a precedent for federal investigation of this crime.
Yeah, and the National Counterterrorism Center's mandate is to investigate any foreign ties, to see if there's potentially any foreign ties. If we don't find any foreign ties, we back off. What I'm saying, without getting into too much detail, is there was more for us to investigate.
You believe there was reason to investigate foreign ties to Charlie Kirk's murder and were told by the FBI, DOJ?
FBI and DOJ, yeah.
No, you're not allowed to investigate that.
Stop. It's done. They basically cut off our access to be able to get into that information. And look, I didn't even say necessarily that I believe there's 100% foreign ties. There were data points that we needed to investigate. I mean, I think anybody who's even, looked at any kind of police investigation, you get 100 leads, you run them down, and 99 don't mean anything. We still had a lot more leads to run down that pertain to
these guys are going to have everything on camera.
We were stopped from investigating. And,
that just strikes me as
got cameras everywhere.
That could happen.
Everywhere there's a camera on this thing.
That's the former director of National Counterterrorism telling us that they had more leads to investigate relating to foreign involvement in the Charlie Kirk assassination case, and they were stopped from pursuing them. Joe went on to say that the FBI and the Utah field office were dishonest about responding to requests and inquiries made by the Counterterrorism Center and said that the process was continually held up by the bureaucracy. Like I said at the outset, this isn't some talking head on social media. He's not me.
Good. You're better than I am. I
He's not
moved.
Candace Owens. I mean,
You
Candace
didn't
has a
even
lot of
move.
sources
There you
and
go.
she's
You
got
did
a lot
it.
of connections.
Darn, you better drive
But
her.
this is someone who was actually in it. Who was actually in it.
You got more odds than I do.
Who was literally pursuing leads to find out what happened to Charlie Kirk. This is a high-ranking government security and intelligence whistleblower. In fact, this is the highest-ranking whistleblower we've had regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination. And this is also confirmation that we are not crazy, deranged, or have some diagnosable mental illness for having these concerns. I laid all of this out on my show yesterday, and as I showed you at the outset, with that very long post fleshing all of this out, you can see how angry and upset Tucker gets about this. But Joe Kent said it best. It's a data point that needs to be investigated fully. We're not saying that anybody is guilty. The only people that are saying that someone is already guilty are those saying that Tyler Robinson is definitely guilty, definitely took the shot, definitely the assassin. Most of us here are literally trying to understand and discern what the truth is, and we are asking that these leads that Joe Kent is talking about here be pursued fully, and that we are
US says, meet at door 1608.
about what happened to Charlie Kirk, regardless of the political and global consequences or ramifications. And you know what? You know what? I'm going to finish with this. Given this information, given what Joe Kent just said, you would think that Erica Kirk, Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett, those who were closest to Charlie, his family at Turning Point USA, would be taking this information from the former Counterterrorism Center director, and they would be...
Yeah. They would be doing that. Okay, so let's see. It says US says meet in... Let's see. Meet at the door. 1608. Looks like we're going up. I don't know. There's not a good spot. I don't like this parking. I gotta get better parking. Sorry. Gotta get a better parking. This one's no good. Kind of difficult to park here is the problem.
You would think Erica Kirk would be going off today, given this information. Demanding answers, demanding the truth about what happened to her husband.
We're not gonna take it. I don't know. No, we ain't gonna take it. 'Cause we're not gonna take it anymore. Definitely gonna do a video here. My camera that shoots high altitude. Alright, I'll put you in the pocket for a minute. Thank you. 1608.
1608?
Uh-huh. He didn't got another order.
You say you got another one?
I said he did. He got it. See right there? That noise. That's,
okay.
That's the money noise.
Incoming money.
Alright.
What's the unit?
1608.
You for sure? Because they said I didn't order anything.
No, let's check it. It's right there.
Okay, you can leave it at the desk.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. Maybe I'm at the wrong one.
I'm at your Parkway,
1,000?
1,000, yeah.
Yep, 1,000. All right, thanks. Okay, go this way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Down
Yeah,
here.
they just called back. They said that you're.
Oh, we're going up.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. It's like a merry-go-round.
Literally. I didn't order it. Yes, I did.
Wow. You don't remember to be hungry or not.
Yeah, I don't think that one works, honestly.
The middle one?
Yeah.
Not done too?
I think so. Either that or somebody's holding it up.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What's your dog's name?
Noir.
Noir?
Uh-huh.
Noir? Hey. He's gonna get my food. He can feel it. That's what it feels like to me. That's what my dog does. I'm not messing with him about his food. I got one that looks like this. Hi. So he got sticking up
Concierge,
here.
does someone help you?
Right.
Hello? It's in the cold storage.
Going up.
Concierge, someone help you?
Y'all going up or down?
Down.
Oh, I need to get on there though.
Yeah, it's gonna come back.
Okay, cool.
Down like 4 floors.
I know he pushed my button.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what to do now.
That is crazy. So bad.
How many units are here?
A lot. I mean, that's 30 floors, so.
23 floors.
Yeah. Definitely a lot.
So like 2,000 units maybe.
Don't want to.
Maybe not that many. It's pretty. Pretty building.
Mm-hmm.
Is it apartments?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't like you but worse than he likes me.
Hey.
Hi. He's a cutie.
Thank you. Hey.
Did he just get a haircut?
Yeah, she just went,
Oh, it's a girl.
yeah, she went, she got earlier this week.
Sorry.
But she barks at everybody, people, dogs. Like, she only likes people when they're like in the house throwing a toy.
She's a diva.
Yeah. And she's a guard dog for sure. I'm like, she's always, I think the big dog will get her sometimes, but she'll bark at him.
Hello.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Okay, concierge, that food is ready for you? All right, no problem.
He likes you, or she likes you? She went out. She kind of looked at you like, I ain't gonna bark at you. You the man. Y'all give him treats?
Yeah.
Yeah, street sound like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 1608.
12, 12, and 6.
I like the jacket. I don't know how to vest though. Okay, here we go. Hello. Trying to get off. That was an adventure. Hey, buddy. Here, I'll show you. Come on. Brought this guy to you. This would be the spot to do the video. Hey, do you mind if I break dance right here for a second? Thank you.
Good evening.
Hey.
All right. This is perfect spot.
Wow.
Yeah. That's gonna be a viral video right there. I got a whole bunch of viral videos. Thanks, God bless you. I don't know if y'all can see it. Here's what I did. Maybe the camera wasn't turned on. Pretty good. How you doing? Awesome. God bless you. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jesus.
Is instead sharing the Zionist spear slop, the Fox News clip that I shared with you at the outset of today's show.
Okay.
Breaking. Joe Kent's under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information.
Yep. Yeah, man.
That's what Andrew
Tucker. Let's do that.
This is a big reason.
Okay. Post it. Let's see.
First 6 months.
Trying to do another post already. So let's see what I say. Let's see.
You might have everything, but if you go against the narrative, you will lose it all. Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson. They're coming for you. You might have everything. You might have everything. But if you go against the narrative, you will lose it all. Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson.
Physically, we're good. And we put a lot into that, right? The other side is, if you don't take care of you, who's going to be there for them? Are we going to leave them with the unresponsible parents?
Remember
when exactly. I said this? And honestly, it's good you said that because that is literally what was said to me.
A big reason why people are upset. Hey guys, I'm letting you know. This is why people are upset with you, Erica, Andrew, and Turning Point USA. You've become what Charlie despised. A voice for the neocon warmongers in our government. You saw the text that I just shared with you with Brett Weinstein.
Weird.
And had Erica and Andrew Colvett and Turning Point USA not done this, had they not taken this route, had they not taken the route that it seemed like Charlie was trying to keep Turning Point USA from going
His
into the
GPS
last months
is
of his
really
life,
messed up.
things would be very different. Things would be very different for Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. But here we are. Here we are.
Where are we going? I don't get it.
Let's get some of your guys' comments here.
GPS is
as we
so
finish this up.
sorry.
Zach,
I'm just
can
gonna
you please
take a
call my
left here
fears
and go
regarding
different
Candace
to
Owens'
the
safety
right. Find a
tomorrow?
whole nother route. There
I'm
we go.
genuinely
Finally.
worried, praying fiercely for you both. Thanks for the super chat. So the event's actually
GPS
tonight.
is
The
really
Catholics for
bad.
Catholics
The
event
GPS
is tonight.
for
Yes,
Uber
I am
Eats is
going.
bad.
I got to wrap up here pretty shortly so
wrapping up.
I can get home, pick up my wife,
Do it,
get
bro.
dressed. I got some
Thing
friends that are coming
together.
with me. I
Do
know
it.
that I'll be meeting, a lot of, I don't know a lot of, but
I'll be looking at some stuff today.
Use this free AI tool instead. That's how I walked away with $93,000 from.
Wow, Donald Trump is getting thrown under the bus by his own top officials in this hearing that's taking place before the United States House of Representatives. So yesterday, you had Donald Trump's top intelligence officials, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, and today Kash Patel is there as well before the House of Representatives. Yesterday, they were kind of cagey with their responses because I think all of them all assessed that Iran did not pose any imminent threat to the United States. And in their threat assessments that they gave to Donald Trump, they said Iran did not pose any imminent threat. They looked all cagey yesterday, and all the MAGA people were going after them, especially as you had Joe Kent, this like ultra MAGA right-wing guy who is the number 2 to Tulsi Gabbard. He resigned. He did a Tucker Carlson appearance where he was like, Iran definitely didn't pose an imminent threat to the United States. This was all directed by Israel and Donald Trump following Netanyahu's lead. This was Trump's top official as of 72 hours ago, right? As of last week. And the guy resigned. He was working with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard's whole thing was no foreign wars in the Middle East. That's literally her entire message in her political life. And so she looked like an utter fool before the United States Senate. So she and John Ratcliffe, and to some extent Kash Patel today, they kind of changed their tactic, and they were very much distancing themselves from Donald Trump during these House hearings today. I mean, even in Tulsi Gabbard's opening statement, she goes, I'm here to provide a threat assessment. I'm not giving you my own personal views or my opinion. So she already starts off by kind of distancing herself, saying, I may not believe what these things are. Here, let's just play this clip.
I'm here today to present the 2026.
Your deliveries were made available to another courier because of significant inactivity.
Why did you turn off YouTube?
By my colleagues, the directors of the CIA, the DIA, FBI, and NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI's statutory responsibility. What I'm briefing here today does not represent my personal views or opinions, but rather the assessments of the intelligence community of the threats that facing the United States, our homeland, and our interests. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our homeland, then shifting to global risks.
Then one by one, as Democratic Congress members and even Republican Congress members are asking Tulsi Gabbard questions, which is, so why are we listening to Israel and following them in this war? Why don't we have our own views of things? Why is your assessment that...
What is? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. Hey, I'm broadcasting on YouTube, just to let you know before you start talking.
Okay with that.
Okay.
Well, just let you know that I got Christy's crazy with me today, and she's been sleeping all day as we work.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, just like in the church. Been crazy.
Wow.
How's your day been? Actually, you slept through the whole day.
I slept the whole day too. I was just like her.
Crazy, but she's moving in the car with me.
Yeah. Must have both stayed up all night.
Yep.
But we are both getting paid, right?
Huh?
We are, me and her, both getting paid, right? For sleeping?
Right. Yeah.
And you're welcome for us sleeping.
Yeah. So, and then somebody else told me such crazy stuff this morning. As much as I told you before with that other person.
Yeah.
Vermont.
Yeah.
It was the worst day. I'll go over it later after I get Christy out of the car. She's inside the store right now.
Okay.
So I don't want her to hear, But anyway, he basically told me all kinds of stuff about what she's been doing. We talked about it before.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And told me she was doing all kinds of stuff last night, but she only did this and this, and it ain't as bad. And then told me that she's already cheated on him with the girl.
Dang.
She's already been with a girl in the last few days.
I remember how mad she was that other guy that cheated on her. Why was she mad about that?
I figured it out, Gino. I figured it out. So
anyway,
I put it together. So that's a demon talking to me.
Oh yeah, it's Lilith.
It's bragging on what she's doing.
Yeah, that's
like,
Lilith.
Okay, this guy's like a priest, so I'm like a priest to him, right? This is what God told him.
Yeah.
To the demon. And so he's bragging to me what he's doing.
But it's a girl. Its name is Lilith.
Yeah, whatever's speaking to me, it's definitely not her.
Yes, Lilith.
Because I told her, I said, so I prayed for her in Jesus' name, and she goes, and when I got done praying, she goes, yeah, and I slept with a girl too. What? Look, she did. That's so demonic.
You're lying.
Oh, Lord. I'm talking about some graphic, gross stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember I told you about that guy that was 920 feet away from the building? Remember?
Yeah.
That's the same spirit. That's when I learned about it, was when he told me that. God told me, he's like, you heard how he's bragging about his sin? I'm like, yeah. He's like, that's because that's Lilith. That's what Lilith does. She brags about her sin. Maybe they all do, but she's the main one that likes to do that.
He's like, serious, like this, like she's like, I'm just telling her, you go to church, you're with this dude, and God is, you belong to Jesus, and he belongs to Jesus, and you can't touch each other, because you're dishonoring God. She's like, oh. Crazy.
Yeah. She's proud of it.
Yeah, it's just like no big deal. Now, we're not going to sleep together no more till we get married. I said, you're getting married?
But is the girl going to get married with him? The girl she cheated with?
Yeah.
Well, she eats a lot of cake and a whole icing and everything.
Check this out. So then he's in the background for a minute and says, hey, Tommy. I said, hey. Okay, Tommy, I'll let you, just call Ramona.
Was that on his phone?
It was on her phone.
Okay.
And but she said, oh, I've already got him right to run my finger. Dang. And she goes, I done went downstairs on him last night.
Dang.
So she does that to both men and women. That's definitely Jezebel's lustful, crazy spirit.
Yeah.
And she just like
lust.
the reason why she also feels like she's not gotten me, and she tried me, and she did say the only guy in the company that turned me down, that would not give me no play, was Sonic. That said, because of Jesus. That spirit don't have no effect on me.
Yeah.
That's just crazy though. But Christy's been going in bathrooms and coming out the same way, Jim. I don't know if I can work her.
Right.
I mean, she's going door to door, but she's like, when they answer the door, she's going to the left and to the right. She's worked me for a while now. She's worked me 5 or 6 days. She's like,
If you want to have some fun, just play the Proverbs while y'all are riding around and she'll throw up. But just make sure you have a trash can in your car for her to throw up.
I can stop. I can stop. So, I did let her listen to my sermon. She did like.
But if you play the Proverbs, she'll throw up. Some of those demons will start coming out of her. They hate it. They hate the Proverbs. That's what I used to do when I had a girl just like her riding around with me. I used to play the Proverbs. Now, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just, God told me to listen to the Proverbs every day until he told me not to. And so I was like, when I met her, I was probably like a year into listening to the Proverbs. I listened to the Proverbs every day for like 3.5 years straight. And that's when the demons came out of me, because they didn't like it either. The ones that was in me. I didn't have no Lilith, but I had like a little Lilith chaser. A little Lilith buzzer, like I see a Lilith buzz. Hey Lilith, don't tell me about what you're doing.
Hey, she's coming in the car, man. I'll call you later.
Hey, God bless you. Peace.
God bless you. Bye-bye.
Isn't Iran more dangerous now than they were before? And ultimately, what Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, Kash Patel, would say is, well, ultimately Donald Trump's the one who makes those calls. He makes those decisions. To which at one point, these Democratic Congress members are like, well, what's the point of your job then? What are you doing? What is the point of your existence in this government role if you just say, well, Donald Trump does it, Donald Trump does it? It's a dictatorship. So over here you have Congressman Carlson saying, so is there any evidence at all that Iran intended to do any preemptive attack on the United States? And then Tulsi Gabbard is like, ultimately it is Donald Trump who is responsible. It is Donald Trump responsible. And she'll keep repeating it over again, but here, play this clip.
Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the United States? And I ask this because 13 service members have been killed in Trump's war, including Captain Seth Koval, a husband and a dad from my state of Indiana, and my constituents want answers. So is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the U.S. prior to beginning this war, yes or no?
Congressman, the answer to this question needs to be reserved for a closed hearing. I will say, however, the intelligence community does provide the assessments of the threats that exist to the president so that he can make that determination within the body of information and intelligence and activities within the region that ultimately he is responsible for. What is an imminent threat, and if there is an imminent threat, what actions need to be taken?
Then you have Democratic Congressmember Crow watch this exchange with Tulsi Gabbard, where she's like, the imminent nature of threats, that's not determined by me, that's determined by Donald Trump. Play this clip.
Did you or the IC make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on the totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
Tell me if anything happens. Be back. I'll be back. Well, there she is. The mistress. That's right, there's a whorehouse. With the happy ending spa. Looks pretty dope, though. As far as it goes. Here's what it is. Some people like it, but they don't get it. It's just here's what it is. Go there and get some scraps, and then come over here and get a little crabs. Right? Scraps and crabs. Oh. Chill out, bro. I'm trying to get it in a bag. Can't even see the thing. Okay.
Sick of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring.
Did those assessments show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the states?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat, and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
And this was some scathing cross-examination here by Democratic Congressmember Gomez. I want you to watch this. Let's play this clip. More from Congressmember Gomez right here. Play this clip.
Last year, you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no?
Context matters with that statement.
Yes or no?
Iran had all of the
reclaim my
materials
time.
and
I reclaim my
capabilities
time
to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time.
I reclaim it.
It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not.
It is a serious question that requires the totality
Director
of the
Gabbard, I
information
reclaim my
available.
time. I reclaim my time.
And more from Congressmember Gomez. Play this clip.
Yesterday, you said that only the president, only the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat is the president of the United States. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I do.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not?
The president's commander-in-chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, well, the intelligence...
Reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
Intelligence community has
Reclaim my
provided
time.
a body of
Reclaim
intelligence
my time.
that
The
supports
reason why
the decision
is that if the
that
president can
made.
determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them? So you're saying tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat, and then he can take his own, no matter what the intelligence says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically...
Let's go back to Democratic Congressmember Crow himself, an Army Ranger right here who served many combat tours of duty, who knows what war is actually like firsthand. Watch this, play this clip.
It's not here.
Director Gabbard, it is your job and the job of your agency.
Thought that was where
to
Passion
assess the
City
views
Church
of
was all of a
Iranian
sudden
leadership,
done.
their policy
not
beliefs, and policy positions.
It is
correct?
interesting.
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And is not and the now leader is his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment, yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons.
Made it worse than it was.
You testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khamenei, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
that Fatwa.
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement. He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes, and so the decision making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
It's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership and their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
That's an accurate assessment.
And you had Congressmember Gottheimer over here saying, well, that's why this hearing was relatively bipartisan as well. Saying, what are we doing in Iran? Congressmember Gottheimer said, so did the IC brief the president on the impacts to the global supply chain? She's like, yeah, we told him, here, play this clip.
American people. Director, were you in a meeting to discuss the possible strike on Iran?
Congressman, there were several meetings that were held in advance. I'm sure I was in at least some of them.
Did the intelligence community brief the president on the potential impacts the conflict could have on global supply chains and on oil and gas prices prior to the outbreak of hostilities? Were you in a meeting? Were you in any meetings where that came up?
Yes, that is the intelligence community's assessments, and those were provided.
Director, did the IC, Director Radcliffe, if I can ask this to you, did the IC brief the president who would succeed the Supreme Leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner? Did the IC brief the president who would succeed the Supreme Leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner or could be a hardliner?
So, to be clear, the president's objective of Operation Epic Fury did not include regime change. That may be different from what Israel's objectives were, but yes, the president was briefed in the event that Supreme Leader...
That's great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just have 20 seconds. Director Patel, does a rank...
How about Congressmember Barra? Here, play this clip.
Albert, there is no imminent threat of nuclear breakout. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I have delivered the intelligence community's assessments to the president.
There was no imminent nuclear threat to the United States. There was no evidence of imminence that Iran was going to attack American assets. That was different from anything they've done over 4 decades. That was going to attack our homeland. There was no imminent threat. Imminent is defined in the dictionary as something that is about to happen. Not something that's been happening for 4 decades, not something that's going to happen 3 months from now, not something that's going to happen a year from now. Imminent said this is about to happen. Did you deliver that assessment to the president?
I delivered the intelligence community's objective analysis of the threats, the severity of those threats, and the scope, along with assessments of the different scenarios and contexts that exist within the Middle East.
The president owes it to the American people to go on television, to explain to the American people, to the service members who died in action serving our country, why we are at war with Iran. He needs to go on television and explain that directly to the American people, what the imminent threat was.
All right, I want to ask you something. What's the most ridiculous subscription you've ever found buried in your bank statement? I'll tell you mine. I realized I was paying for 2 streaming services I didn't even use anymore, and somehow I had duplicate subscriptions to one of them. I kept telling myself I'd go cancel them later, and of course, later never came. That was before I started using Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. What I love is that it actually shows you every subscription in one place, and if you don't want it, you can cancel right inside the app with just a few taps. No digging through passwords, no sitting on hold. Okay. It's simple.
Whew. So, that was interesting. It took me 3 tries to get a dope dance. Let's see, the first one, the headphone was too quiet at first, so I couldn't quite hear it. Then I turned it up, and it just still wasn't loud enough, and so I had to put in 2 headphones to get it to where I could hit the beat, because I couldn't hear the beat. I've done that before. Dance to beats I can't hear. At dance competitions, when the crowd goes wild, you can't hear the beat. But you still gotta hit the beat. But it's... when you got adrenaline, it's easier. It's not adrenaline. flavored drink. This is called Get Her Done type of stuff. I'm just working, trying to build platforms. I want the platforms where I can make money and talk. Can you give me a platform? Some of y'all have. Thank you for giving me a platform. Let's see what we got here. What's it say? Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard. Crazy. They try to get me to do something. I don't know what they're talking about. They want me to look at the rules of engagement. I can't get over or not, barely. I don't know if this is one way or not. Yerk! Let's see what's on here.
So the death and destruction continues. The economic cost to the United States, to Israel, to the Gulf states, and to the world continues to increase. So I want to ask you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that.
And to what do you attribute Israel's decision to strike Iranian energy infrastructure?
You know you're lying,
President
girl.
Trump's call to
know
keep
it.
those facilities off limits.
You ain't doing nothing but lying. It's ridiculous.
I don't have an answer for that.
You don't have nothing. You're a liar.
So they ignored the president. Do you agree with that?
I'm not privy to any of their deliberations or what went into their calculus in launching this or other attacks. We are not involved with in the operational element of this. We're providing continuously on a daily basis the intelligence assessments of the events that are occurring, and
I guess I know the FBI can't because they're domestic, but can anybody else at the table provide any insight into that?
No, would you? No.
I guess I'm not sure what the question you're asking, Congressman Castro. I guess a couple of things. The goals that the president set out are clearly defined. The DNI related those. What was not included is a goal of the U.S.
Well, Director, let me start with this. Let me start with this question. You asked what my question is. Let me reclaim my time, Director. Come on. Do you know why Israel decided to strike that infrastructure despite the fact that the president said it'd be off limits?
I wouldn't speak for Israel.
What do you guys know? We're at war. What do you guys know?
Let's take that for the record.
Yes, let's take it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And here when John Ratcliffe said, to be clear, the president's objectives for Operation Epic Fury did not include regime change. That was just Israel. Here, play this clip right here.
Just to you. Did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner?
Was the president, say it again, was the president?
Did the IC brief the president on who would succeed the supreme leader if he was killed and the likelihood that a replacement would be a hardliner or could be a hardliner?
So to be clear, the president's objectives with respect to Operation Epic Fury not include regime change. That may be different from what Israel's objectives were, but yes, the president was briefed in the event that Supreme Leader.
That's great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to cut you off. I have 20 seconds. Director.
And finally, take a look at Congressmember Cohen, his cross-exam with Gabbard. Let's play it.
Director Gabbard, are you familiar with CI-12?
I'm not, Congressman.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. In the intelligence community's unclassified annual threat assessment from last year, it said, quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies to the Strait of Hormuz. It seems the IC was entirely correct in its assessment about Iranian retaliation in the Strait. Did the IC's assessment about the Iranian capabilities in the Strait of Hormuz change in the past year?
No, Congressman.
Does Iran still have the capability to threaten shipping in the Straits of Hormuz with missiles?
How you say your name? Kwesi. Kwesi, cool name. All right, let's see. Let me just make sure I get the right one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Kwesi. Okay, I got it right here.
You got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Make sure, just check the name for me. You see it? It's like in the middle of it. Yep. Okay, awesome. Thank you. God bless you. Is it the same spice?
Intelligence that he has available to him.
The intelligence that he has available to him, that's a scary thought.
Well, there you have it,
Hold
folks.
on, I
Let
didn't
me know what
deliver
you
the
think
last
over
one
there.
yet.
Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers, and thanks everybody for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filikowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
I think this thing messed up, but either way, you just got to do what it says. But I feel like it messed up. But they'll probably call me if it did. We will find out. Either way, it messed up somehow, but whether it's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Let's see what we got here. Which way we going? Going torch. We going. Must be going that way. To the right. This thing's all messed up. Okay, let's see.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I
Don't do it.
I knew that I wanted to go back.
See, they just bombed Iran. You were right the whole time. She showed me other things. When the star of Regulus is red on the horizon in front of the gaze of the spin before daylight, at that.
Hey.
Hey, sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure I got her settled in and done, and she dropped off, and hallelujah. But she was just like, not her health is, I think she's just so out of shape, that it's hard for her to get out and walk. So she was cuss on it today. So I was getting on to her, I said, look, if you're going to walk on the grass, you got to do double time, because you can cut right through the yard, nobody cares, and you can walk nice and easy, but you're walking all the way around, and it's taking twice as long for every leaf. It does. It takes like twice as much time. And why not just cut, and it's less stress on your body instead of walking on that concrete. So I'm trying to help her teach her some things, but she won't listen. So I'm like, okay, so she starts double timing it. Then all of a sudden, an hour or two later, hour and a half later, she's like, starting to get beat down. You know what I mean? And what are you going to do? I'm like, you're beating yourself down. So it's funny and stubborn. But that's okay. I think she started listening at the end. She started going through the grass. Because it's less damage on your legs. instead of that concrete. You know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, but I gotta
So,
reset my phone, so I gotta call you back.
You gotta reset your phone.
Yeah, I
All
gotta
right.
redo
Well,
it.
just call me back later, brother.
All right. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Mark a change in humanity's knowledge. They took that celestial event and ran it through these machines that showed that.
Showed it. I don't know what this. I reset it. The app is not working correctly. We had to start over. But I know where it's taking me. Oh, I thought I was supposed to stay at that place and give somebody a package. The app has been messing up since I started it. Is it right there? So I'm gonna bust the ride. I'm gonna bust the ride. Do you will? So we got here. What's it say? What's it say? What it say? What it say? What it do? What it say? Interesting stuff. What is this? What is this? It's me. Whoa, it's me. That's crazy. It's me. I can watch my own
Wait,
live
how do you have another package?
and
I
like
just
it.
shop on AliExpress. You can get 3 items for 99 cents.
I didn't believe it until I tried it for myself, but if you download AliExpress off this video, you can get 3 items for just 99 cents. Until I tried it for myself, but if you download AliExpress off this video, you can get 3 items for just 99 cents.
Well, I'm watching my own video. What is it? Okay, it's just a short. Weird. What's going on here? That one hasn't popped up yet, huh?
Donald Trump has until Monday to solve a $450 million problem. But how exactly did it get here, and how could it play out? CNN senior legal analyst and former federal and state prosecutor Elliot Hodig is right here with us. Well, what are we talking about? Where did this start? Where does this dollar figure come from?
Yeah, John, so let's go back to the beginning. This case is the civil lawsuit filed by the New York State Attorney General Letitia James against Donald Trump and his companies, alleging, and now having proved, that they overinflated their assets and then used that in order to get loans from banks. Now, the judge returned a verdict for Donald Trump. The verdict was in the amount of $355 million plus interest. You somehow did the math and backed it out, is what gets us to that $450+ million figure.
30 companies, 30 insurance companies looked at Donald Trump's assets and said, no, not one yes. And I want you to think about what that actually means, because this isn't a Democratic judge talking. This isn't Letitia James. These are private insurance companies whose entire business is accurately assessing risk. They looked at his properties, ran their numbers, and walked away. Trump has been posting on Truth Social for weeks claiming he has $500 million in cash. If that were true, this bond would already be posted. You put up the cash and
still a little bit hardcore. It's always been kind of a little bit hardcore. Do the drive around, y'all can see everybody. The dude just got the
Bond
door.
in 48 hours. Monday's deadline disappears. But here we are.
The dude has got the door selling drugs and got the devil symbol on his chest. But it's the covert devil symbol, not the
Here's what the bond is. When you lose a civil case and want to appeal,
normal.
the law doesn't let you just file the appeal and disappear while the other side waits. What's the show? Money. I guess it's these days we have ways to see things more clearly.
Back that way. JP Morgan, that's Illuminati.
Letitia James won. She's entitled to collect. The bond stops her from collecting while Trump appeals. It's a guarantee that if he loses the appeal, the money will still be there. An insurance company stands behind that guarantee, but to get that guarantee, Trump has to put up collateral cash usually. Real estate doesn't work for this, and Trump's wealth is almost entirely in real estate. Buildings, golf courses, branded properties. You can't wire $450 million from a building. But here's the thing that makes this whole situation almost poetic. The court just found that Trump had been inflating the value of those same properties for years. So when insurance companies looked at his real estate as collateral, they did the exact same math the court just did and reached the exact same conclusion. The scheme that worked for a decade is now collapsing on itself.
Dollar figure. Now, the Attorney General can start collecting on that as of Monday unless Donald Trump posts a bond with the court. Now, let's understand exactly what that means. There's sort of a two-step calculation going on here. First of all, a bonding company. Usually this is going to be a private company, an insurance company, or a bank. They certify to the court that if Donald Trump does not pay the total amount that he's owed after his appeal, we are good for it. We will cover him. Now, in order for them to make that promise, Donald Trump has to post collateral with the bonding company. That can be cash, that can be other assets. Now, Donald Trump has been...
So that guy with the Satan symbol on his chest, he's telling me he's a witch. That's what I'm hearing.
Video, subscribe to Daily News Minutes.
He's also a drug
like
dealer.
And comment below what you think about this story. Let me give you the full picture on where that $450 million number actually comes from, because it doesn't appear out of nowhere. This case goes back to September 2022, when New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a civil lawsuit against Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization. The allegation was straightforward. For over a decade, Trump had been submitting financial statements to banks and insurance companies, claiming his properties were worth dramatically more than they actually were. He used those inflated valuations to get better loan terms, lower insurance premiums, and more favorable business arrangements. He was, in plain language, lying to banks to get better deals. And under New York law, that's fraud. Now, Trump's lawyers spent the entire trial hammering one point. The banks got their money back. Nobody lost money. There are no victims. So what exactly is the problem here? And it sounds reasonable on the surface, but here's what they're missing. The law doesn't require a victim to prove fraud. If you lie to get a better deal, that's fraud, even if the other side never lost a dime. What the law comes after is the benefit you obtain through the lie. And that benefit, calculated across a decade of fraudulent financial statements, added up to $354 million. That's the disgorgement order. Give back what you gained through fraud. Add the 9% annual interest that runs automatically on New York civil judgments from the day they're entered. And by the time Monday arrives, you're north of $450 million. And the number is still growing by roughly $87,000 every single day. Now I keep coming back to something. Trump spent years on national television hosting The Apprentice, built his entire political identity around being a financial genius with billions, wrote The Art of the Deal. His whole brand is, I'm richer and smarter than everyone in the room. And now a court has found, after a full trial with documents and expert witnesses and testimony from his own executives, that the wealth was systematically inflated. The properties weren't worth what he said. The net worth figures were fabricated. And the market, not the court, the market, has just confirmed it. Because if those properties were genuinely worth what Trump claimed on his financial statements, the insurance companies would have been delighted to take this collateral free of it. Think about the Deutsche Bank angle for a moment, because it matters. Deutsche Bank was Trump's primary lender for almost 20 years. The only major Western bank still willing to do business with him after his Atlantic City casino bankruptcies in the 90s wiped out his American banking relationship.
So that's why Trump
did Deutsche
has
keep
to do
lending?
everything
Because Trump kept showing them financial statements.
that the Rothschilds say. Because if he doesn't do everything the Rothschilds say, he won't get no money.
The moment Deutsche cut
You don't have no credit.
right after January 6th, Trump's access to major institutional lending essentially disappeared. The civil fraud case is the legal documentation of what Deutsche had been tolerating for 2 decades. And now, those same inflated properties are being offered as bond collateral, and every institution in the market is saying what Deutsche should have said years ago. These numbers don't add up. What actually happens on Monday if the bond isn't posted? James starts the enforcement process. The court issues an execution order. Sheriffs serve that order on Trump's banks. Accounts get frozen up to $450 million. On his New York properties, liens get filed, making them effectively unsaleable without first satisfying the judgment. It's not a single dramatic television moment. It's a legal mechanism that activates automatically once the clock runs out. No additional decision required from James. The deadline passes, the mechanism starts, the assets are in play. She's already done the preparation, registered the judgment in Westchester County where his Seven Springs estate sits. 212 acres that Trump claimed were worth hundreds of millions. And
Kwame Alexander's The Crossover is the book I always recommend.
So yeah, we're gonna let you see our video. I'm gonna watch
out there
it.
just
I'm
revolt or
just
whatever.
listening to it like you.
You got to understand, it's not just like the police that they will send after you. It's not just the National Guard. The military has weapons that they can use on an entire crowd of people and put that to a stop immediately. So they've been preparing for this. They know this day is coming. That's why the Epstein class has bunkers. All these billionaires, they have bunkers. Bill Gates has a bunker. Mark Zuckerberg has a bunker.
So the billionaires now own the military, is what they're saying.
Nobody's going to come.
They didn't own Joe
revolts
Kent.
on them. They will be protected. So I tell people, always get prepared for those types of things. This is another one here where they talked about the future of Jamaica with this type of science.
Before we conclude that Hurricane Melissa is just another man-made disaster for a land grab, let's just look at history and see who benefits. First, the Maui fires. Yes, asset management firms bought up a large part of what was destroyed. Oprah also got a big chunk of land. Second, Malibu. With the new permit regulations, it's practically impossible to rebuild. Now, guess what comes in? Third, Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. Yes, BlackRock increased its position in Albemarle Marley a few days before they received $250 million from the government
So they're
to boost lithium production.
seeding storms
protesting,
to take
hurricane
land.
hits, agenda moves along. You can also find them buying land in Ukraine and Gaza and anything that looks like a disaster.
million
Now, the timing
that they're
sometimes
gonna allow to
can just be a
live.
coincidence.
Because they're trying to kill. They're gonna try to kill 2/3 of the people. Is what they're saying.
Of gentrification that isn't talked about as
So
much.
today,
and that is disaster.
somewhere the Antichrist was announced to someone. I don't know who, but it wasn't announced to us yet.
Rich people,
But it was supposed to be
billionaires, the
announced
Epstein
today.
class, they come in and now buy that land, which is a lot cheaper now. The value has decreased because the land has been destroyed. They come in and buy it and they build what they want on it. And it's usually something that the people who live there can no longer afford. And that's how those people get kicked out. Some of this happened after Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans as well. Developers came in and they bought that land that was destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. And then some of the people, the families who grew up there, who who had been displaced during that time couldn't afford to move back to that neighborhood.
Displacing
in New
all the
Orleans.
brown people.
So the disaster.
That's what they're doing. All the Shemites, because they don't know who the real Judah is.
In disaster.
But that's who they're at war with, the real Judah. And that's the brown people. So that's who they are destroying right now. Everywhere brown people are, they're making things happen and disasters and moving them out and then taking over. Is the Ashkenazi white clothes.
You can listen to a speech by ex-CIA Director John Brennan telling you all about it. So are these disasters just coincidences? Probably not, because like Lyndon B. Johnson said, he who controls the weather
controls the world, right? So when we say stand for something, right, that means even for the people that are called the conspiracy theorists too. A lot of times people hear that term conspiracy theory and they're like, those people are nuts and they're crazy, loony or whatever. But a lot of times what you'll find is that there tends to be even just sometimes a kernel of truth to a conspiracy. So look into those things and don't be so quick to write people off. A lot of people are like, oh, Pizzagate and all this stuff is just a conspiracy and all that stuff too, or these rituals are just a conspiracy. But then as we looked further into the Epstein files, you started to see, no, it was not a conspiracy. These things were actually happening. So let's not be so quick to, and this is something I had to teach myself as well, let's not be so quick to just call people loony, nutty, and just to write them off, right? So we got to stand for something so that we don't fall for just anything. Think about that for a second. Eric, we can go to the next part for Type VNC. Let's go to the chat questions here. Thank you for the super chat, Lewis. Happiest guy in the room is Charlie Kirk Assassin. Interesting. Thank you, Measured Man. Won't he do it? I need all of you to apologize for the last 7 years calling me crazy. I told you seating, I know pilots. Yeah, thank you, Marlon. My tinfoil hat thinks this was the pandemic delivery system, as well as just saying with people like Bill Gates running around talking about population control and the WHO organizations. Yeah, I know everything. Things don't sound so crazy anymore, does it? That guy says they're imagining ways to bring about the apocalypse. Thank you, Misty. You hear of the meteor exploding near Cleveland? I heard there was something in the sky. I didn't hear the rest of that story. I'll have to check in with that one. Bill Bobby says you can tell because they make a point to cross the trails when they do this making a break.
All these meteors are
Thank you, Measured
fallen
Man.
angels.
People need to know why Planned Parenthood was created. Singer said it was to stop Black population growth, deciding who lives and who dies. She did say that. However, I will say that that is actually
not all of them.
If you were to give percentages, the majority procedures that are done at Planned Parenthood is not abortions. Thank you, Marlon. The budget to dump chemicals on us, I'm sure, would cover healthcare and college for all of us, just saying. So you see how they keep telling you they don't have money? A10 said they are ready and now waiting. Measured Man said my family lost lots after Katrina. Yeah, also we got some Katrina people in the chat. Oh yeah, Bayou City. Yep, Savvy. I'm one of them Katrina kids. Thank you, Resurrect. Tornado ripped an econ depressed area in St. Louis, May 2025. Logically, thank you. Are we ruled by mad scientists and super villains? Seems like it sometimes. Let's get the Rumble rant there, and we'll keep it moving and grooving. Thank you for the Rumble rant.
Lenora T says, need a door, leave a door.
Japanese right-wing party made against African and Muslim immigrants. Japanese are becoming hostile to immigrants, but it's a karma they owe for their imperialism. I have not. Thank you, RB Ham. I've been screaming into the wind for 25 years about the chemtrail conspiracy. I knew about LBJ's documents back in 1998. Friends and family called me cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I doubt they'll apologize. Well,
yeah, I'll be right back. What do we have? Thank you, Lord Jesus. Got the boil. All right. Spiritual, huh? Where's the other guy? We got James. Okay, well, that's awesome. Cause I was worried about that one because I thought it was supposed to be in that same building because it didn't tell me to go anywhere. I guess because it was going to ask me did I want something. And yes, I do.
I hope they do.
Gotta do 'em.
Thank you, Mark. Weather manipulation was the power that the villains had over the world in 1966 movie Our Man Flint. Huh. I never saw that. Have to check that out. Okie dokie. And thank you for the super chat, Lewis. By the way, a very happy belated birthday, Sabby. Thank you. Thank you so much. 1 year older. All right, let's move on to the next story here, ladies and gents. A little bit of domestic news for you. This is an interesting story. Hakeem Jeffries apparently is having some issues with some of his members in the House, some of his Democrat members. We've been complaining and voicing our concerns on the outside about how, you know, Hakeem Jeffries is a puppet of AIPAC, a puppet of Israel, doesn't meet the moment, doesn't hold the line. He's doing what he's paid to do. But now it appears some of the Democrats have issue with Hakeem Jeffries. Check this out. Jeffries faces a growing threat of the 2027 rebellion. And for those who don't know about Hakeem Jeffries, I just gotta let you guys know, when you hear him say things like Israel is the sixth borough of the United States, Hakeem Jeffries comes from a family that is pro-Palestine. His uncle, Leonard Jeffries, was very well researched about the Israel-Palestine issue. Hakeem Jeffries used to wear a dashiki back in the day in college. I've shown those pictures on this show. So he's very much aware of the true story. He just chose to sell out. But let's see what's happening. Hakeem Jeffries could get caught in the undertow of the very blue wave he hopes to ride into power this November as a growing number of Democratic candidates tell Axios they can't commit to backing his leadership. Why it matters. It is a stark reversal from Jeffries' virtually untouchable standing in the Democratic Party just a few years ago, and a sign that his path to the speakership may be rockier than previously thought. Jeffries and his allies maintain they are not remotely worried about a mass defection, pointing out that even in the minority, he has had to endure 20 speaker ballots and hasn't lost a Democratic vote. But this crop of freshmen may provide the first chink in that heretofore impenetrable armor, with a block of genuinely viable candidates making clear that voting for Jeffries as speaker is not a given if the Democrats take the House. This brings me back to force the vote. When Nancy Pelosi was championing to be Speaker of the House at that point in time, there were many on the outside that were saying the squad needs to hold the line and force the vote for Medicare for all, meaning that they would not vote for her unless she would bring the bill for Medicare for all to the House floor. The idea with that is that you would see who would vote for it and against it, and then from there you would decide, okay, the politicians that voted against it, those people are going to have to be primary challenge. The squad chose not to do that.
Lakewood.
And that was a big mistake. And that was a big frustration. That's what brought me into this political YouTube space, because I was really shocked. I really was. I've grown a lot since then. But I think that what's happening with Hakeem Jeffries is that he's trying to do both lanes. He wants to be the Speaker of the House. And Democrats will probably take back the House in November, the way things are going. He wants to be the Speaker. So he's trying to go along to get along with other members of Democrat leadership, like Chuck Schumer, who's also staunchly pro-Israel and said that it is his job to make sure that the left remains pro-Israel. That's why he's there in Congress. At the same time, he wants to get the support of some of the so-called progressive members in the House. So he'll try to endorse AOC when she's running for re-election or something like that, or he came out and endorsed Zohran Mamdani. Hakeem Jeffries has a challenger. And I have to tell you, I'm very surprised that many people who are very much still pro-Democrat and very much a part of the party are ignoring Hakeem Jeffries' challenger. He came onto this show. I know he reached out to others. And I guess because he doesn't have the endorsement of DSA, people are pretending like he just doesn't even exist. Vance Bostic was the first person to announce that he was running against Hakeem Jeffries. Before all this noise of Osei even came forward. And I told people back then, Hakeem Jeffries has there's this bubble around him where people cannot speak against him, where he seems to be untouchable within the Democratic Party. But this guy is just as pro-Israel as Donald Trump.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Chilling, just driving, videoing. I'm trying to do like a 9-hour video. You never know. Did a 7-hour yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yep, like 7 hours. Yeah, 7.5 hours. It's almost 7.5. It's like 7 hours and 20 something minutes. 7 minutes, I think.
Wow.
Yep.
A long video. Did you ever look at that lady's pictures? I showed them to Christy and she's like, whoa, that's weird.
The one that draws in her face?
Yeah, the one that does the clowns and stuff?
Yeah. I looked at her.
Yeah. Yeah, her clown face looks a little eerie, don't it? With the tongue sticking out, very provocative.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is definitely demonic.
It's definitely demonic. And the thing about it is, so what I figured it out finally, it just took me a minute, but she's good, just a normal person, she's very artsy, but she dips into the teenage thing because she's a very
She's
young
like
innocent.
that one girl. Remember her? What was her name?
I don't know.
The one that Jimmy was hanging out with, that had the mama, Tina, and
less church. She doesn't go to church. She doesn't proclaim to be nothing. So the other girl was like real religious, but ended up being like
but she wasn't really. She just
well, I'm saying that girl.
pretended.
Yeah, I know. But she acted like it. She
Right,
was
she's like a Katy Perry. She was gonna turn to the bad side. She's just waiting until the proper time.
It just the only thing that the Lord has stuck in my mind is she went to a event to listen to a band play, and that band that they went to listen to died. So that just sticks in my craw.
They do what?
They went to the Church of God Assembly camp, and the people that were performing died.
They died
In a plane crash. The whole band.
Dang.
Just about.
What was the name of that band?
They're very famous. They're like a 40-year-old band. I'll have to figure it out.
The Gaithers?
Church of God. And they were going and they were wonderful. Yeah, the Gaithers or something like that.
It wasn't the Gaithers, it was somebody else. I can't remember.
It's like that. They're just as popular, dude. They're like famous.
Passing Tyler Perry's house. Well, I don't know if he lives here, but his compound. If I was him, I'd just live in this compound. The compound is amazing.
But what I was going to say is, they're so wicked, kind of weird. You remember how they treated Jimmy and all, how they been around me, and she tried to send her off with me?
It's funny how we can't remember her name. Tina and...
I've got it in my phone. I just got to find it, but I just haven't
Angela?
cared to really...
No.
Something like that, yeah. But well, listen to me. Her mother was sending her off video swimming. I'm 57, 56 years old, whatever. She's sending me off with a strange man.
They're witches. The mama's a witch.
Yeah.
She's trying to get you caught up in some pictures. She's trying to get your semen on a blue dress.
Well, I talked to, it reminds me, listen to this. I talked to Sherry. She calls me. She knew a couple of things that I only text her sister. So that tells me they talked. Okay? And they were very normal things, so it's no big deal. Okay? Because you got to watch Sherry. She'll text everything as a insult. And the Lord showed me that today because she got back to the phone and she wasn't drunk. And she was talking, and I said, well, she goes, well, that guy that wants to give me $177,000, I'm not going to take that. I don't want to waste his time. I said, well, Sherry, he was joking. He's got tons of money. Whatever, I'm sure y'all can work out a deal if Davey doesn't buy it. So I'm sending Davey over there first, who has the money, and cash money. And the other guy has cash money, and I'm going to send him that order. I want you to get your house sold. I want to help you. I just feel like I'm supposed to finish helping you get rid of your house. And I didn't say it. She goes, well, listen to this. She goes, well, you know, you did all that videotape, but if you wouldn't have done that, I was going to let you get my house. I said, really? Well, it's okay. My friend's going to buy your house. It's okay.
Yeah, when anybody ever says that, you know they lying.
Yeah. I said, it's okay. My friend's going to buy it.
That was like one of the first things I ever figured out was that one. When they say, well, I was going to do this until you did that, and then that's why I didn't do that. So it's your fault. It's your fault that you didn't get the 57 Chevy.
Right.
My stepdad told me that. I love him. I love my stepdad, but he told me if I got all A's, he was going to get me that 57 Chevy, but I didn't get all A's, so I didn't get it. I was like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Stepdad, I love you, but you lying right now. Either you gonna buy me one, or you ain't. And you ain't. Because that's crazy talk. You ain't gonna spend that kind of money.
Oh, yeah. Also, there's just a lot of great stuff going on with her, so to stay focused on her, she, so then she said that, I only told her sister that, so that tells me they talked, right?
Yeah.
And then something else they said, I can't remember, but she was still nice, she was very cordial, but she was saying with these PowerPoints, oh, she said also, I'm okay, if I get my money, I'm gone. I said, well, that's awesome. She goes, well, I have to get a realtor, I will, let me know. I said, well, Davey's supposed to come this weekend, then I'll send him a snow. But I want to get Davey first shot because I said he's got a family, and he's a good guy, and he does, he deserves to find himself a good home. He's got the money, so why not buy yours? She got real quiet. We both sit there in silence for a minute. It was kind of strange. She goes, well, okay, well, I just wanted to touch base with you. I said, well, everything's fine, Sherry, and I'm glad to help you. She goes, yeah, if you wouldn't, with the real pay, all that stuff, when she said that, I said, well, that's fine, and that's why I backed out of it, I'm like, my friend's going to buy the house, it's okay. One of them, I'm sure, will get your house a good deal, you taking care of your house. And so she got real quiet. So she was hoping that I would, Jim, say, well, what are you talking about by the house? So she was trying to still say, she was hoping I would jump back into the middle.
Yeah.
And say, I'll get the house, I'll get the payments caught up.
Yeah.
She told me she would do it. She don't even realize when she was drunk, she told me that she wanted me to. See how she's really confused?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But, it's funny, when Christy heard her talking, I trust Christy's instincts. I've learned being around her. Whatever is guiding her totally, and I think God.
That's a good one.
Whatever, if it's the demon talking or the Holy Spirit, she seems to have a sense for people. It's really amazing, to be honest with you. That's why I like her knocking on the door. She can really judge people quickly. see what she needs to do. And so, but yeah, so she heard her talking and said, she sounds crazy. I said, she is.
Where's it at?
And she ain't even said nothing yet. I still got the video where she...
Dope.
Because I felt like, let me say something different, Jim.
Hold on just a second. Well, I'm trying to get my headset to work and it ain't working, so just a second. I think I'm gonna get it right here. Nah, just hold up. Now I got you. Yeah. Then what you gonna do though? You better not. You better not. You stay away from that one, bro. I take the hot tub. I get the hot tub. Right? Take the hot tub and put it out in the back of the church.
Davy's got a hot tub he's giving me.
Dope.
Yeah. He said if he buys it, he'll keep the hers, get it kind of everything fixed on it, and then just, because it is a jacuzzi hot tub, which is a good one. And
where are we gonna put it?
I'll put it in the church. What are you talking about?
Where you gonna put it at the church, though?
I'm gonna build a platform right behind that door in the basement.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a hot tub right there and back to the pool.
All right, that sounds good, man. I love it.
Yeah, you know, like a little walk around little deck.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And just right behind there, and then we can put that and have a back to the pool right there.
Yeah.
And
Maybe people from the neighborhood coming over there all the time. Oh, we have to put a little fence around it. Well, we got a top. As long as you got the right, it's good.
I'm gonna put a deck on it, and it'll have a door, and that they won't be able to get in there appropriately. It'll say keep out.
Right.
And then you can put a lock on the hot tub. Now you can buy a padlock and put on the hot tub.
All right, then that's what we do then.
Yeah,
you just have a deck. You don't even have to have a door. You just have a deck and a lock.
And it says no trespassing with a little chain hanging. There you go. That'll stop that. Because they don't want to trespass. But yeah, so that way, it'll be out of the way. And take me some soap down there. Now listen, let me tell you what you can do. You get in a hot tub, then jump out, and then wash yourself off with soap with a water hose, you know?
Yeah.
Then jump back in, dude, just like amazing. Just looks like the greatest feeling ever. It is.
No, I'm
And then I'll have a little... Yeah, so it ain't gonna take much, hardly no money to do it.
Cool.
But David said he'd give me his hot tub.
Nope.
That's pretty cool.
We're gonna be the only church with a hot tub. Everybody's gonna want to go to our church.
Oh yeah. So the cool thing about it is, you know, I thought about it. So as far as a little shower, it don't matter what time of year it is. You can put a little shower outside. You can have your shorts on. You know what I mean? You can rinse off with the hot tub hot water, and just add new hose water into it to heat it up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can actually take a little shower out there with the warm water, keep the chlorine in a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And you can actually just rinse off and real quick. And then, you know, get the hot tub everywhere. I think that's cool. So, yeah, and I'll just leave it here forever. Whenever I do eventually one day, we'll just leave the hot tub right there in the back. And then he'll be like, party time!
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think that's a cool thing, though. And so, you know me, so she keeps calling me. She called me back. So what I've learned, and I didn't realize it, and I thank you, I'm not bragging, but I've gotten to a point where it's just like when I talk to Christy now, when I talk to Allison now, when I talk to Allison's famous statement is, well, my mother said, this is what she says. My mother says, if you don't use it, you lose it. That thing dries up. That's what she tells me. So I'm worried about being married and having a boyfriend. So she's saying that her private areas won't work right if she doesn't use them. So
who said that one? I don't know. Don't say the name. Just say an initial.
No, it's okay. Hey, it's okay, Allison.
Oh, okay.
Allison Major. You know what I'm saying? Allison Major. Yeah, that's a good.
All right.
All their fault.
Well, you know, I mean, they do say, you know, you use it or you lose it. Is that what she said?
Right. And I've heard that by a lot of women, so that's a lie. They got some video, watching a couple of videos of doctors. So that's a complete lie.
Right.
That's a complete lie. That's
Probably is a lie.
Go ham. Go crazy.
Go ham. That's the other thing they say. Go ham and I'm the goat.
Yeah. There you go.
That's funny.
Oh yeah. So with her, you know, that guy that she goes and sees, that whole situation is weird. She does have a new person with her, and she's doing great. And now she's training people in Costa Rica for Amazon through this Amazon that bought the company that runs. What is that name of that company? The grocery store, the Whole Foods. Yeah, it's weird. So she works for Amazon, who owns that division in Whole Foods. So strange.
Yeah.
The shelving. So Amazon is supplying, I'll just put it in my head real quick. Amazon is supplying the food for Whole Foods.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty trickery out there. That's what I just realized. Because they are now over the food division, over the shelving and how it's designed. So that tells me Amazon bought it. Just kept the name. I wonder if the food's going to change.
They just bought it, so they are going to change it then, ain't they?
But it was,
that's why people buy stuff, to change it. You know? Show how much better they could do it.
Foods is a money maker.
Right, but if they screw up the vegetables, you know, make them where they're not the same.
They're not whole.
They like organic and all that.
Yeah, they're really strict about this stuff too.
Yeah.
So maybe they keep it. Maybe they just want to take over the organic part and put their own products up there.
Or maybe they're gonna try to put some
I think
stuff
about it.
that
I
ain't
can
good
take all
for
those
you.
products. Yeah, I can take all those products out. They already probably carried every one of those products on Amazon. Amazon probably stocks all of them. So they just gonna put it in the grocery stores. They're so big. So, yeah, but everything's great, man. So that's what's happened today. And so I want to show you what happened. So I went in, I gave Christy and Elijah half a pizza. He just come up and said he told me he loved me. He's crazy. All right?
Yeah.
and put his arms around him. He's such a loving kid.
Yeah.
And he's, but at the same time, he's so high strung, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he tells me he loves me. He's only like 6 years old. He's in like kindergarten. He just turned 6.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And so, and he's just so kind. But the older kid come in there singing rap, a hardcore rap song about nasty stuff in front of his grandmother, in front of Christina, her mother, and in front of Elisha. I mean, hardcore, out of nowhere, like he was high. So he was smoked weed with a neighbor. They have a new neighbor that's kind of wild. And then he come over there cussing in the rap song. Really nasty, disrespectful. So I've seen nobody had the nerve to say anything to him. And I'm not, because it's not my place. If Christine if she did say something, I got her back. You know what I mean? But she didn't say nothing. So I just ignored him. And so he's just, I don't know what to do about that. That's something they're going to have to take care of. They created a monster they're going to have to take care of. He's only 21, 22, whatever, so.
Yeah.
And he's a kid.
You got the pride of life.
Yeah.
And the pride of life in him.
And he's not mature. For a 21-year-old, 20-year-old, 18-year-old.
Yeah.
So he's really, 17-year-old, really young. My boy was so much. My boy was already in the military fighting wars by the time he was that age. So, all right, my friend. Well, did you get a chance to look at the book yet?
Not really at all. I worked till like 3 a.m. last night. Yeah, Tina got off at 9, so she drove with me from like 9:50 until 3 a.m.
She needs to go to the beginning of the Illuminati and start reading it to you.
Right, but it's hard to do that at night. We have to be in the daytime.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
I tell her.
So she can read it, but it's hard to have the light over there, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to read with just the light on at night, is what I can say for sure. Because I know that I've asked her to read books at night before, and she's like, I can't do it.
Well, they got those new glasses with the headlights on each side.
Yeah.
They are freaking powerful. So maybe I should do that.
I might try it.
Well, I'm just saying, I know that y'all like doing that, so I was just thinking of y'all.
Yeah, I need to just find some of those glasses. Probably Walmart.
Or she could just go on Amazon and get them the next day.
All right, I'm going to tell her tonight on the way home. I'm say, hey, I want you to read this book. I can't. Well, can you get some of them glasses?
If you read at night, you just put them on and it blows up the whole pages and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They're pretty cool. All right, my brother, I'm going to take me. I've been working all day, working with crazy. She did pretty good considering how bad she felt. It's that time of the month for her, so just to let you know.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I was backing out
So
on the one-way road going the wrong way.
Uh-oh. Well, look, brother, call me later, my brother. I want to chill out for a little bit. This got in. Literally walked in.
Okay, God bless you. Peace.
God bless you, brother. All right,
bye. All right. I'm going to leave you here. Appreciate it. All right. I'll be back. Just wait here. Be back. I've danced here before. Might happen. Chef Marcos. Danced here in the day. It was dope for sure in the day. Pretty dope right now. I think so. Why not? Done it before. Do it again. Let's do it right now. Okay, so how do you want to do it? The sound or without? Gotta get a drink.
That there's a genocide, takes corporate money, everything against anyone who supports populist.
We will see what they have for us. Sorry. Yeah. I made 8 videos, 8 shorts on TikTok. Ron Anderson, the pastor of Mount Hermon Venus Baptist Church in Jupiter, Alabama, Road High. I got a spot for you.
One who supports populist policies would be against.
Sorry, yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries is not there for the working class. Hell, he's not even there for the black community. We've talked about that before on this show. His number one priority is Israel first. So I've been saying for quite some time that Hakeem needed to go. It goes on to say here's the state of play. Axios reported last fall that more than 80 Democratic House candidates across the country were either non-committal on backing Jeffries' leadership or outright opposed to it. It's only gotten worse for him since then. Mei Vang, the leading progressive primary challenger to Representative Doris Matsu, previously said she would support the person that my future colleagues elect as our leader. But in an unprompted statement last week, she told Axios the Democratic Party and its leadership, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, have failed to mobilize meaningful opposition to Trump's illegal war, and their silence as AIPAC and corporations flood congressional primaries with millions of dollars is deafening. Well, of course, I mean, they're going to be silent because they take that money too. This is the whole thing about giving people a pass. I cannot support this kind of leadership. If we need to defeat Trump and rebuild trust with working Americans, we need new leadership and a new direction. So this is just some of the things that is coming out of the House. People starting to be a little bit more vocal against Hakeem Jeffries, and also saying that the Democratic Party needs new leadership, which means it can't be Chuck Schumer and it can't be Hakeem Jeffries. If the Democratic Party wants to make sure that a Donald Trump style presidency never happens again, the Democratic Party has to develop a populist platform that is going to benefit the working class people. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party has decided throughout the years that they would rather bend the knee and support their donors and the military-industrial complex. And that's how we got here. To go along with this, just to prove my point, Hakeem Jeffries just came out and endorsed Richie Torres, another AIPAC shill. Richie Torres' statements are even worse than Hakeem Jeffries when it comes to Israel and Gaza. Absolutely disgusting. He's endorsing him for re-election. They're both New York dudes. Richie Torres does have a challenger. We've had him on the show multiple times before, and that's Jose Vega. If you're in Richie Torres' district, you do have other people that you can vote for. Just here to let you know. But he's come out and endorsed them. So somebody make this make sense to me. Because he endorsed Zoran Mandami, right? And now he's here endorsing Richie Torres. You see how he tries to play both sides like this? Yeah. He said Richie Torres is an extraordinary fighter for the Bronx and for everyday New Yorkers, Jeffrey said in a statement to the Bronx Times. Richie Torres does not fight for the everyday New Yorkers. We've talked to people on this show multiple times about Richie Torres and how little he actually does for their district because he's too busy having his head all the way up Benjamin Netanyahu's ass. These people are frauds. And you know what I've noticed? The Democratic Party, I'm going to tell you what they've been doing. Okay? The Democratic Party has been using black faces as a mask, right? So they use people like Hakeem Jeffries or a Jasmine Crockett or like a Kamala or a Clyburn, who's also running again for re-election, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. They use these people's faces as a mask and a shield, so that if you don't vote for them, then they will say, oh, people didn't vote for them because they were black. And yeah, there's racism, there's some of that. But what they don't tell you is the great policy platform they supposedly have, because they don't have one. So they just use black people to go out there and run these campaigns to keep people in the party and to keep black people in the party. I said this before, I think black people need to register as independents or no party affiliate. Don't just give your vote.
realize I had this. Let's make a video. Da-da, da-da, da-da. got the order. Sometimes it's trouble. But we got it. We got it. And we did the dance thing. Here we go. What I got now? 9 videos. Hopefully, this is good. Flooding the algorithm. Okay, we need something on flooding the algorithm. That's what I'm trying to do on TikTok.
Guys, I don't know how many times to say
Kill
this,
it at the same
but
time.
that's the tool that they use. And a lot of times people won't look further, right? People are busy. They don't have time to pay attention to politics as much as the rest of us do all the time. So a lot of times people won't look further, and they won't look and see that those black faces, their number one priority is Israel. Not you, not the working class, not the black community. It's Israel. That's really who they're in there to fight for.
That's right.
And now why is that a problem? Well, those same candidates will sit up there and talk about criminal justice and rights and civil rights and all this kind of stuff.
People have been doing it so long, they're accustomed to it.
Says, meet at door. Please hand food to me.
That's the hypocrisy. And that's the part that they don't really want you to see. So it looks like there's some pushback coming with Hakeem Jeffries. We'll have to wait and see if that actually happens. But this whole idea that you can't ask for him to not step down, or you can't say, I'm not going to give him my vote for speaker because he's black, it's bullshit, but that's the trick the Democratic Party is going to use. Wait for it. Let's go to some of the comments here, ladies and gents. All right. Thank you, Jabram. This is Batman Evil. Thank you, Miss. On the Internet Archive, there is a policy paper from the 80s, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. You won't regret reading it.
Yeah, I'll be back. Be right back. Okay, let's see which one it is. Which one it is. Juicy Crab. Okay, so it's one of these two. Veronica G. That's it right there. How you doing? Pretty good. Veronica J. G. Yeah. All right, goodness. That's this one right here. Thank you. Right there, see? Okay. Awesomeness. God bless you. Thank you.
You have a great night.
You too. Appreciate it. I like your yard. All right. Right. Now, which way are we going? Is the question.
Thank you, Roger Meadows. 6th borough of NYC, not us. All praise to his uncle, Leonard Jeffries. Thank you, Joe. We should raise money for a bunker for the people. You know what? You might be onto something, Joe. Thank you for the super sticker, Allah. And thank you, Marlon. I have to say it. Due to the current state of the union, none of them should be reelected. No APAC candidates. There you go.
That's right.
Thank you, Heather.
Get rid of them.
For the Dems. The
Should make it
veil has been
illegal. We
lifted
should ban it right now.
parties.
There's no way you can do that.
And speaking of the veil being
Because
let's go ahead and get into the Iran story.
the ones that make the laws are the ones that are corrupt.
This is a big one. If you haven't had a chance to do so, smash that like button for me. Thank you. And if you're new, don't forget to like, sub, and share, just like a Care Bear. Let's keep it moving and grooving. Let's get to this Iran war update. So first and foremost, Israel made a terrible decision. They decided to strike Iran's South Pars field. Let me show you what that looked like. Shout out to Dropside News. Israel has struck Iran's South Pars gas field, the world's largest natural gas field, and a core pillar of Iran's energy supply. The major escalation comes alongside reported impacts on other oil and petrochemical facilities. So let me show you here. Again, largest field here. Look at this. This kicked off a multitude of things when Israel decided to strike this field. Right? So you can't do that and expect Iran not to respond, which is exactly what they did. But Limitless actually breaks this down in such a way I think you guys need to see. Israel just made the single most dangerous military decision of the entire war, and nobody understands what they just triggered. Israel and the U.S. struck South Pars, the largest gas field on the planet. But here's what they either didn't know or didn't care about. South Pars is jointly managed by Iran and Qatar. They didn't just attack Iran. They attacked the energy backbone of their own Gulf allies. Let that sink in. So you'll see it here when we go to the map, just to show you where that lies.
Be right back. What we got? You got the what? Where does this one come from? Chef Marcos.
Retaliate. This is a major escalation.
این هشدار قاطع و خط و نشان برای جنایتکارانی است که تعرض به بخشی از زیرساخت‌های سوخت و
So he says this is a firm warning for those who just attacked Iran's energy infrastructure.
انرژی ایران در جنوب کشور داشتند. در نتیجه این اقدام زیرساخت‌های سوخت، انرژی و گاز مبدأ تهاجم در اولین فرصت در آتش می‌سوزد و به خاکستر تبدیل می‌شود.
So he goes on to tell them that the other energy fields, and we'll get to what they attacked, will be set ablaze at the earliest opportunity. But see, again, like people who aren't following the logistics of this war would look at Iran and be like, how dare they attack the Gulf allies? Without telling you that Israel attacked them.
به ارتش بزدل و متجاوز آمریکای جنایتکار و رژیم وحشی و کودک‌کش صهیونیستی اعلام می‌کنه.
He goes on to say that this is the aggressive Israel and the U.S. child-killing Zionist regime.
ناگزیر هستید سربازانتان را به آب انداخته و حیثیتتان را به باد بدهید. گلوی فرماندهان و سربازان شما زیر
The Zionists are going to be like Nazis once everybody figures it out.
واقعیت جریان صحنه نبرد
Which is crazy because the Nazis birthed them.
سناریوی پیروزی آمدید در حالی که در اتاقهای فکر زیرزمینی و مخفی
Nah, they always been birthed.
This is interesting. He said you came with the victory, I guess, mentality, and now you're looking at ways to preserve your survival. So you guys get the point there, right? Okay. So the other targets here, I just want to show you
It's
here.
the end
So,
of the
when Iran
world
decided
as
to
we
respond,
know it.
This is from Press TV. Iranian
Yes.
forces issue an urgent
It's
alert
the
to residents
end
in
of
the
the
following
world as
facilities.
we
That
know
was
it.
the Semref refinery in Saudi
I
Arabia. So they
feel
sent out a warning.
fine.
The Al Hassan gas field in the UAE,
what I'm
the
gonna
Al
eat, but
Jabal
Jesus
complex
knows
in
he's
Saudi
gonna
Arabia,
feed us.
the Masid complex
He's
in
gonna
Qatar,
feed
and
us.
the Ras
I don't know what he's gonna feed us.
refinery
Hopefully
in
manna.
Qatar. So they alerted
Hope he's
them
strong.
that they were now going to respond.
If you eat manna, you're
and that's
super
exactly
strong.
what they did. First, one of the ones that was hit was Israel's Haifa refinery here. That's another one that Israel's well aware of. Ben Gurion's airport was hit. Patrick Henningsen said, looks like all chosen flights are canceled at Ben Gurion Airport, currently getting hammered by Iranian missiles. Yeah, I'll just show you here because you know how YouTube can be. Did you guys see?
This is how it starts. Everybody's going to turn against Israel. Because they're going to figure out
So, of course,
that they're
right,
a
they're going
satanistic
to
cult.
respond. The other one here was Qatar Ras Laffan gas hub. This one apparently had extensive damage, according to Dropside News. It says that the missile strikes on Ras Laffan Industrial City triggered multiple fires and caused extensive damage. By the way, as you can imagine, Qatar is pissed. They are
And they
very
gave
upset.
Donald Trump an airplane.
Another one that was
I
hit,
wonder if
again,
they're
here's
going to
another
want their
image here,
airplane back.
The Ras Laffan industrial area.
Funny.
So the fire apparently went
Sorry,
on for quite some
Jesus.
time. They were still dealing with that fire.
But I'm happy to see the Antichrist come. We've been talking about it for thousands of years.
Not good, right? Of course, if you were them, you would be kind of pissed off. Now, to go along with that, we should have, we're missing one, Eric. We're missing the Gulf States one, or maybe we do have that one. Oh, we do have it, never mind. So the UAE, they announced that they're suspending operations at the gas facility after the missile interception. So now we moved on to the UAE. Operations have been suspended at the UAE Habshan gas facility as authorities respond to 2 incidents of fallen debris after
Arab
successful
Emirates.
interception of a missile. So they went ahead and just suspended this altogether. There were some people on social media saying that the UAE's gas is now to 0. That has not been confirmed. But what has been confirmed is that they did decide that they are going to suspend operations at that particular gas facility. So either way, not good news. Now, what do the Gulf states have to say about this? They actually did meet in person. And I guess not surprisingly, instead of blaming Israel and the US, which started all of this, they decided to blame Iran. Check this out here, ladies and gents. They just met recently.
Foreign ministers from across the Gulf region met in Riyadh to discuss the conflict spread. But while those talks were happening, Iran launched missiles targeting the Saudi capital. All were intercepted, but falling debris injured several people. The Saudi foreign minister accused Iran of trying to intimidate Gulf leaders and said it would not succeed.
The targeting of Riyadh while a number of diplomats are meeting, I cannot see as coincidental. And I think that's the clearest signal of how Iran feels about diplomacy. It doesn't believe in talking to its neighbors. It tries to pressure its neighbors.
So first of all, actually that pressure initially came from Israel when they decided to strike a freaking gas field, which was controlled by Iran and Qatar. But of course, he's not going to say that. He's a puppet of the West. You guys got to understand that. So he's putting the blame on Iran. Two, if you don't want Iran striking in your country, in these Gulf states, well, you need to tell the United States to get their damn bases out of your country. You see how that works? You know, you really got to stand for something. If there's ever a moment where the Gulf states really need to have a backbone and stand for something so that they don't fall for anything, is that they need to stand up to the West and say, listen, now you guys have brought us into this. So the way that we fix this problem is that you are going to remove your military bases out of our country. Be gone. Bye-bye. That's all you got to do. Just like that. Right? But they go along with the West. A lot of this is just connected to money. That's where the money's at. They don't really give a damn about the kids in Gaza. They don't really give a damn about the people, the civilians being bombed in Iran, because they're looking at the money and what benefits them. And that's how these Gulf states, many of them created later on, that's how they end up doing the bidding of the West. And that includes Bahrain as well.
And what I can say categorically, that's not going to work. The kingdom is not going to succumb to pressure. And on the contrary, this pressure will backfire.
The Saudi foreign minister also said the patience of GCC countries was not unlimited, and that if Tehran's attacks on its neighbors continue, they reserve the right to take military action against Iran once all diplomatic options have been exhausted.
But what I care about now is that the attacks on my country and on my neighboring countries that are not involved in this conflict end. That's all I'm interested in. And we're going to use every lever we have, political, economic, diplomatic, and elsewise, to these attacks to stop. That's what I care about.
So the reality is, as long as you have U.S. bases in your country and the United States and Israel is attacking Iran or any other country, you're a target. Sorry, hate to break it to you, but this is something that people should have thought before they said, yeah, I can put your bases in my country. Here's the biggest announcement from all of this that is very, very concerning, and that is the threat of a nuclear weapon. The WHO is now saying that there is a strong possibility that a nuclear weapon may be used. I have told you guys before that I believe the only way that the US and Israel would win against Iran is if they did use a nuclear weapon. They can't beat them from the air. They have to send in ground troops. We know what's going to happen to those ground troops. That would be a disaster. They're already sending more Marines. But this should be the most concerning part from all of this. This is just from Politico. Worst case scenario, the Middle East nuclear concerns haunt top health officials. This is coming from the WHO. The WHO is being vigilant for any kind of atomic threats. It goes on to say here, The WHO officials are preparing a nuclear catastrophe if the U.S.-Israel war with Iran escalates further. The WHO, WHO, I call it the WHO. You guys know what I'm talking about, World Health Organization. UN staff are monitoring the fallout of U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran's atomic sites and remain vigilant for any type of nuclear threats. And they say it right here. The worst case scenario is a nuclear incident. And that's something that worries us the most. As much as we prepare, there's nothing that can prevent that harm that will come. And this is my concern. We can go to the next part, Eric. This is my concern. Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are crazy enough to do that. They're crazy enough to do this shit.
Send the nuke.
So if the WHO is concerned about this, that should tell you something. I don't trust any of these people. And then I think
Is
back
Benjamin
to what
alive?
Professor Jang said about,
Fulton Industrial.
no one's going to really win this type of war. There's going to be hits on both sides, but that the U.S. will not win this. And if Israel really believes in, let's use this end time prophecy, they could use that as an excuse to use a nuclear weapon, because remember, the U.S. knows they can't beat Iran from the air. They know they have to send in ground troops as well. Those troops are going to get killed. Like I said, Iran is very mountainous. The U.S. troops have no idea what they're walking into. They know, but they don't. So there's that. And then to go along with that, all of them keep.
All right, so Netanyahu did a live press conference that just wrapped up maybe about an hour or so ago, and he looks very much alive. Watch this.
Welcome to the Foreign Press. First of all, I just want to say I'm alive, and you're all witnesses. And now that I dispatched this piece of fake news.
Okay. Has he, though? Has he dispatched this piece of fake news? It's interesting that they were putting out all of these different proof of life videos over the last few days, and there were a lot of discrepancies in those videos, and many of them look like they're AI. I still believe many of them are AI, if not all of them are AI. And so the question is, if he's truly alive, why even release all of these AI videos? That's the first question that went through my mind when I saw him here, and he looked more alive than he'd looked in the past. Now, with this particular press conference, this is in a room full of people. Before Netanyahu got to the podium, we saw on the live stream, there were people walking in the room. There were people that were putting papers on the podium. There were people giving directives to the other reporters in the room. So there were clearly people there. Of course, the first question you ask is, well, is this really live? And just because something's live streamed does not mean that it's actually live happening at that time. You could pre-record live streams. We do it here on this show all the time. When we have guests, for example, we often record those in advance and live stream them out. So that doesn't really prove anything. The fact that there were other people in the room, you could also AI that. This is all stuff that could be manipulated. So I remain very skeptical as I waited for this press conference to start. But during the talk, during his speech or his, whatever it was he was doing, his rant, there were reporters that I'm familiar with. I've seen them on NBC News. I've seen them on ABC, on CNN. I see them all the time. And these reporters were allowed to ask Netanyahu questions. And that made me think, you know what? I guess it's real. I guess he's alive. But then I thought, well, reporters have lied in the past for access. In order to remain on battlefields or in countries, journalists, unfortunately, have at times agreed to lie to the public for national security reasons or for reasons of access journalism. And so I thought, well, it's possible that these journalists could have been threatened in some way. Maybe they did it willingly. maybe they were threatened. Maybe they were told, look, you'll lose your position. You won't be able to stay here in the country. You won't be able to report here in the country if you don't go along with this scheme that we've got going on, because it's a matter of national security and lives are in danger if you don't do it. And as a reporter, you might think, well, okay, I guess I'll go along with whatever this scheme is in order to keep people safe and in order to keep my credentials here in this country. That's possible, and this would not be the first time that this has happened. So then I became a little skeptical, thinking, well, that could have possibly happened. And it was only until I saw a glitchy video that I then was able to verify by looking for that glitch in the live stream itself and verifying that it does exist in that live stream, that it is not manipulated by somebody after the fact. That made me think, I think this might have been AI. But first, let me play for you the questions that were asked by the reporters. Here's Richard Engel asking a question from, he's from NBC News.
Next question from Richard Engel from NBC News.
Good to see you again.
Okay, it cut out during the feed. We could not, now this is not the glitch that I'm talking about, but this did cut out. We don't get to hear his question. I could not verify. I'm still looking. In fact, let me just look right now while we're looking at this video with no audio.
Well, I think we have concrete goals.
And then that's what we saw. So it was totally silent during his question, during the press conference. Then suddenly the audio came back in. Now, Richard Engel is not posted on X in about 8 hours from the time of this airing right now. So I can't verify yet if Richard Engel was actually there. He hasn't said publicly, yes, I was there. I saw Netanyahu. Here's a picture of me and him. Here's me with him in the background, or whatever it is. He hasn't posted anything. So it's unclear. So again, if you're going to look at this from a skeptical lens, it's unclear still whether or not Richard Engel can verify if he was truly really there, and what does he have to say for this? Here is now ABC News asking a question. This time I think we can actually hear it.
Hi, Tom Siffy Burridge, ABC News. Prime Minister.
Whoa, hold on. That is not what I wanted to happen.
Hypothesize. Experiment. Test. Share results. Start over.
ABC News asking a question. This time I think we can actually hear it.
Hi, Tom Siffy Burridge, ABC News. Prime Minister, given the escalation of attacks on U.S. allies across the Gulf, given the spiraling energy costs, the high costs in general, the U.S. service personnel killed in this war, many Americans are asking that question, whether you misled their government into starting this war, and for how long should Americans keep paying the price?
Well, I misled no one, and I didn't have to convince President Trump about the need to prevent Iran from developing its nuclear program, putting it underground, and being able to launch
We know that's not
missiles at the United States.
true.
He understood that. He explained it to
that's
me.
not
I
true
explained
now.
it to him. And I think that our partnership is the only way to avoid this catastrophic development.
Okay, so we heard that question, then we see the answer, and then we get another one, and this is JNS News asks BB another question. Let's see what they say.
Alex Trayman from JNS. JNS, right behind you guys.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel-Lebanon relations in the Greater Middle East?
Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what Hezbollah had been. He said in the opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence, underground, ready to invade. We knocked them down. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, a security zone.
Okay, so I mean, this looks legit to me. I mean, this looks like Netanyahu's alive. And he does a press conference. He's being asked questions. He's answering those questions. He's answering those questions very naturally, it seems. It seems like Netanyahu's actually alive. Jeremy Diamond from CNN also asked a question. He's somebody that you see on CNN all the time. He's based in Israel. I think, I want to say, mostly based there full time. But he also got to ask a question. And so, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, I think the guy's alive. I think he's alive. But then an eagle-eyed viewer spotted this weird, strange thing. Now, I want you to try to pay attention to his sleeve on what would be his left hand when we're looking at the screen, it's on the right. It's the right side. So I'm going to. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this a few times for you.
Second, removing the ballistic.
Okay. Now watch this again. His arm's going to go up, and I want you to watch the sleeve. It just appears. Okay, it just completely appears. Let me go ahead and show you that again. Look at this. Okay, I'm gonna now look at the sleeve. So his hand is up there. He's not moving. The sleeve is tucked in. You can kind of see a little white rim of the sleeve. And then suddenly, watch what happens. It just appears. Let's watch that again. What, like, does that look natural to you? Because that doesn't look at all natural to me. I'm just going to keep showing you this so that you can really see this. And you tell me if this is normal. His left sleeve, I mean, on the left side of the screen, which is his right hand, he looks normal. But what the heck is that? Now, this is just the first one. Again, this press conference just barely happened. So this is what we were able to grab that some eagle-eyed viewer was able to see. But I'm sure that other eagle-eyed viewers are going to see more, and there'll be more posted in the next few little bit here. But that doesn't look normal to me. And that is when I thought, wow, this is also another AI video, because sleeves don't just appear on their own. And I scrolled through the entire video. I was able to locate this on the actual live stream. So this clip came from, you know, somebody had clipped it, put it on Twitter. And I thought, okay, but people can manipulate things, so I need to find this for myself. So I rewatched the live stream, and I was able to find this for myself.
This Uber call is being recorded.
Hello?
Hey, do I come through the gate?
Yeah. Come through the gate.
Okay, gotcha. It's open. It's
And you see a big truck just pulling out right now, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm close to the truck. I'm standing outside.
Okay, awesome. I just pulled in. You see me? There's a truck blocking the way, huh?
Yeah, I see the truck. I see a light.
Okay, just come straight.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave this.
Yeah,
Let this guy do his thing.
Okay.
I'm going around him, I guess. Yeah, good. All
Yeah,
right.
you hear me?
Yeah, man. Professional drivers. How's it going?
That's a nice car you got, bro.
Thanks. It's a Prius.
Yeah, I know you're trying to save gas.
You ain't lying. Especially right now. It's probably getting worse, man.
Yeah, it's getting bad, bro.
Okay. Let's see, what did you have exactly? Do you know?
I think rice and some shit like that.
Okay, hold on, let me see here. Where'd it come from? That's the main thing I need to know. Where do we go? Where does it say? Where does it say here?
You want to see it?
I'm just trying to see where it came from.
Some Nigerian Ikes.
Ikes. Is this it? Okay, this then. Where is it? No more. This has got to be it then. There's only one left. Let's check this.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Let's see the name here.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Awesomeness.
Thank you, man.
All right, thank you, brother. God bless you. God bless your trips. Thank you. Okay, right. Okay, what happened to the... Did I turn it down?
And I was able to find this for myself. If you want to see it for yourself, you can go to today's live stream on the Prime Minister of Israel's YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is Israeli PM is the channel. So just go to Israeli PM. And I want you to go to the 25-minute mark and around 15 seconds, 25 minutes and 15 seconds. And you can watch this for yourself on their YouTube channel. This isn't something someone manipulated online. You can go and look at it yourself. So then I thought, well,
President, don't call a lawyer. Use this free AI tool instead. That's how I walked away with $93,000 from what they called
right.
Okay, so a few months ago, I got rear-ended. Bad neck pain. My car was totaled. I missed work and had doctor visits after doctor visits, and my bills were piling up. And guess what the insurance company offered me? $5,000 for the car and another $4,000 for the injury. Like, I was genuinely insulted. That wouldn't even cover my medical bills, let alone get me a new car. I'm sorry. And then scrolling through my phone, I found a video just like this. Not some sketchy ad, not a...
Is this another AI video? I mean, that's what that's alluding to. And then the question is, then why would all of these journalists allow to be in the room pretending? I mean, if this is another AI video, then those other journalists had to pretend to be there and ask these questions, whether they did it hours in advance, whether they did it in real time to some body double that was standing there, whatever. They would have had to have agreed to do this. Now, why would a journalist agree to do this? Well, plenty of journalists we saw after October 7th, plenty of journalists agreed to lie. Many of them were brought into a room where Israel showed them footage from October 7th. They wouldn't show anybody else. It was just select journalists were allowed to go into a secret room, a secret viewing, and they were able to watch this video. And then they all came out saying the exact same thing, which was, yes, I saw, babies being beheaded or baked in ovens or whatever it was, like all of these atrocities that they claimed to have seen that there was never any footage of. So it wouldn't be the first time journalists have lied to us on behalf of Israel. But these journalists are not they're not in the category of what you would consider to be, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know enough about these journalists, to be honest with you, but I don't think Richard Engel and like Jeremy Diamond and, these others that I've seen on these
to their names, bro, the showbiz
besides
names.
The JNS reporter, the last one I showed you, that is clearly from, the Jewish News Syndicate, which is JNS, and, very well is, maybe part of the Zionist Club or something. But the others, it's really unclear to me. So the question is, why would they agree to do it? Well, these guys are based in the Middle East. They need access in order for their jobs to continue. they would maybe agree if they were told it's a matter of national security. It's a matter of, you know, if you want to keep your credentials, otherwise we're going to deport you out of the country because you're not an Israeli, so you got to get out. We'll revoke your credentials and you'll have to go home. So it's a hard choice for you to make, but you're going to have to make that choice. And all we just need you to do, it's something for them.
Hey,
it's
for
a matter of
DoorDash, do we
national
drive
security.
through?
It's a military operation, and you have to do this.
Yeah.
And I believe in Israel, it's against the law
wanna go inside.
to deny, you know, if the military comes to you and makes a request like this, I don't think you can deny it. I mean, I think you could, but you probably they might get locked up and then deported on top of that. So there could be some real consequences to denying a military operation, which is what this would be.
Yeah, I'll
There's
be back.
also consequences to reporting on military operations.
We'll learn more. Right now, I'm going in this place. Going up in here. In here. I'm going up in here. I'm going up in here. I'm going up in here. Where's my jacket? I thought I had a jacket. Maybe down yonder. There it is. Hey there, jacket. So which one's Amber? Got no drinks. Getting rid of that. There we go. And there we go. 2 drinks. Remember, 2 drinks. Okay, good. Try to do a video. Me doing a handstand.
This isn't the guy you're describing, just my
And I pushed the wrong button.
doesn't necessarily have a mind or an intention. So even to say that, well, logic is just part of God's nature.
So it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they would fake it, that they would be part of a faking op in order to get us all to continue believing that Netanyahu is alive, so that the Iranians don't think that they actually were able to hit successfully. And you can understand from a military perspective why they would not want the Iranians to know that they had a successful hit, especially one that great. And so, the Israelis are allowed to say that they've got all of these, they're able to get these massive hits, the Ayatollah and all these various people that they've been assassinating, but it doesn't work the other way around, is what we're led to believe.
Going back that way.
And this wouldn't also be the first time in history, by the way, when journalists would go along with publishing misleading content that they knew was a lie, essentially, and they did it to maintain access or to avoid expulsion. One of the examples was Walter Duranty of the New York Times, who in the 1930s downplayed the Soviet famine while privately acknowledging severe food shortages. So he said that it was his way of keeping his position in Stalin's USSR. Also, during World War II, reporters in the US worked under the Office of Censorship and knowingly withheld or even sanitized information about military operations and casualties at the government's request. So the government said, hey, journalist, scrub that, and the journalist scrubbed it, or the government, or they actually
fired them.
Maybe even misled. We all know, leading up to the Iraq War, many major outlets, including the New York Times, reported on false claims that there was weapons of mass destruction, and they just got that from the government. The government gave them the talking points. We also have seen Operation Mockingbird. I mean, there's a variety. And like I said, October 7th, when Israel marched all of these journalists, supposed journalists, into a room and said, watch this special video that we're going to show you that we're not showing anyone else. And then go out there and tell everybody exactly this is what you saw. And who knows what they saw? Maybe they saw AI videos. Maybe they did see what they thought they saw. But there's been a lot of weird AI videos. Now, before this press conference, Netanyahu came out and did this video. This was just a couple of days ago, where he's sitting in the room. Now, these are all guys that were also reportedly killed. A couple of them, the head of Mossad and also the head of the Air Force, were reportedly killed. But he's like, oh, here I am sitting next to them. We're all alive and fine.
Hey, everyone. Tonight we begin with a story that doesn't arrive in armor or thunder, but in silence, scrutiny, and ambition learned early. Not a tale of sudden conquest, but of endurance in narrow corridors, of power observed long before it was touched. We're stepping into the Tang dynasty, into palaces where survival depended on restraint, memory, and timing.
Oh, 1 second here. Sorry about that. That is him. Let me just turn on the sound for you.
Senior commanders, in the past 24 hours, we knocked out 2 of the terrorist chieftains, the top terrorist chieftains of this tyranny. Our aircraft are hitting the terror operatives on the ground, in the crossroads, in the city squares. This is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire. So, celebrate.
Okay, the only,
hours, we knocked
let me
out
just
2
kind
of
of
the
pause this
terrorist
here. I want to show you this. What people are pointing out for AI and saying this looks like AI is that the holes in the grates are the same size across the room in the front there. Also, Israel Katz, the guy sitting to the left of Netanyahu on the screen, he's been holding these meetings regularly without Netanyahu, without the head of Mossad, without the head of the Air Force. And the room looks different. In fact, wherever they're all sitting, it's like black. The desk area in the front is black. It's not this wood with the grates. So some are saying that this looked like a meeting that was held a couple of years ago and that they just kind of regurgitated and changed some things out in the AI and created this fake meeting when Israel Katz has been doing the meetings in a slightly different room this entire time. So that was another, and then there's some other aspects of this video that people have been pointing out that look like AI. Here was also, if you remember the Mike Huckabee video where he's shaking Huckabee's hand, he's like, I'm knocking them off one by one. Well, in this, I don't know if you could see this image that well, but in one you could see Huckabee, it's the same tie, the same day. Huckabee's wearing a pinstripe suit, but in the AI video, there are no pinstripes. People were pointing that out. They're also pointing out that Bibi Netanyahu's ear, if you look at this,
I have to tell you,
that his ear looks really weird in this, that it looks like he has 2 ear canals. However, this is what his normal ear looks like. It does kind of have that strange 2 ear canal look to it from the side. So I don't know. But here's the other thing. Let's see, what is this one? Oh, this video right here is I know this could be AI. This was allegedly a video of Netanyahu being bombed. Like, this is the moment that Iran took him out. Then people say, well, where did this video come from? And that's a good question. It could come from, this was circulating online. It's probably AI.
From Israeli officials, in which Israeli crime can be seen dying in an Iranian missile strike.
It seems fake, but it's been circulating around. And then people are like, well, if it's what could this possibly be? You know, this looks like it's really fake, or maybe it looks kind of real, and then how would they get the footage if it was real? And I would think that the way they would get, maybe the Iranians were spying, you know, I mean, it was from their spy camera and they wanted to verify. And what we've been also seeing is that Ben-Gvir was, you know, this is also part of this weird, you know, these AI videos that have been released. Ben-Gvir was also reportedly killed in a strike, I think a different strike than what they reported Netanyahu was killed in. And here he is. They've also done kind of proof of life videos. Now, Ben-Gvir was, you remember, he's been out in the public every day out in the public, and suddenly he's not. So then he comes out with kind of his own proof of life video after we see Netanyahu sipping coffee, and this time it's Ben-Gvir delivering pizzas. Now they've since come out with another video of Ben-Gvir where he's standing in front of like an execution chamber and he's like, oh, you guys all said I was dead. Well, this is what's going to happen to terrorists. And he's pointing out an execution chamber, which looks a bit more like Ben-Gvir. I think a lot of people looked at this video and thought, Ben-Gvir delivering pizzas? This is not the Ben-Gvir we've been seeing since October 7th. And then they put out a video of him at an execution chamber and they're like, okay, that's a little bit more like it. But again, we just have not seen the guy. And normally he's been out in the public every single day. Where is he? And so people are asking these questions. Where is he? And then people start asking questions about Netanyahu. Where is he? And then we get this, his son with Netanyahu, his son disappears for 7 days. And in the Jewish religion, when somebody close to you dies, you have to do their mourning period, which is called Shiva, is for 7 days. And his son disappeared for 7 days. And so people think that aligned perfectly with Shiva. Also, his wife appeared, this is allegedly his wife appeared in a Zoom call over part of the corruption case at Netanyahu, and I guess she's also facing some maybe corruption charges. And she is testifying in part of the Zoom call, and this is, she looks like she's distraught, drugged up, or hasn't had a lot of sleep, and this would have been reportedly after Netanyahu died. So here she is.
Nature's original multivitamin. Grass-fed beef liver, pure, no fillers, and over 80 nutrients to keep.
Yes. This is the Zoom call. I mean, look at her. Honestly, this looks like what we expected Erica Kirk to look like after Charlie Kirk's death. That's how Sarah Netanyahu looks. And so these are a lot of questions. These are some weird oddities that are coming out. Now let me show you this. I want to show you this video. This is the video. We made this video showing you what Netanyahu, these are verified videos of Netanyahu. The old versions are before he reportedly was killed. These are older videos compared to the new videos. And if you see, the older videos are like, this is an old video, this is a new video. His skin is clearer in the older video. You could see that he's an older gentleman, an older man. I shouldn't say gentleman, he's not a gentleman, an older man. And on the right, this new video, it's clearly smoothed out. It doesn't look as natural. So you see that difference here with these two videos. You can see the imperfections in his skin in the old videos, and in the new one, it just is like smoothed over. Also, the curtain behind him in the new one is waving around. The curtain in the background of the old one is not waving around so much. Here's another old versus new video. This is the new video of him with Mike Huckabee, and that's the old one of him. This is a side shot of that ear, showing, his ear looks similar. But he just, again, does not really look similar. Here is an older Security Council meeting that he was sitting in versus the latest Security Council he claimed to be sitting in. And I mean, he looks a little bit more like himself here, but you could see the old video is clear. And now look at this. This is the AI coffee shop video. Now this one really gets me. This does not look like him. And look at the old video and what that looks like versus the new one.
DONTAW says, need a door. 50. Dial 0232 then call. Come to basketball court, take a right turn and keep going. It will be on.
Cake of makeup. And this is, he's looking younger. He's looking thinner compared to how he's recently looked.
Chilling. Let's see. What's your name? Let's see. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Sorry. Okay, got it. Let's see. I think it's this one right here. Oh, sure. Let's see here. Yeah. That's your name, right?
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
The primary person correct, like making sure we have all the fingers we're supposed to have and all the teeth we're supposed to have. Photographs in the background, AI cannot do. AI cannot get those correct. It really messes up background photographs. And so it would be a lot easier if you're going to do an AI video to say to the AI, remove the background images. Like, just don't even have family photos. So even though he looks like himself, what's interesting is what's missing from this video. And other people pointed out that there were some shadows that didn't really line up. The timing of the shadow was moving at a different pace than, you know, and he has, in the old one, the real one, for sure, he's got shadows behind him. There's different shadowing. Yet everything looks the same, yet we're not seeing those same shadows. And we're seeing different shadows and they're moving at different speeds. So there's a lot of speculation that these are all AI and that, you know, they're getting better at their AI manipulation, and that maybe the ones in person, like out of the coffee shop and maybe with Mike Huckabee, maybe those were staged with like a body double, and then they kind of wearing a mask, one of those like CIA masks, and they kind of put them out there and then kind of AI'd some things on thinking it would look more natural, and it just really didn't. But again, I just want to go back to this weird sleeve thing here that I want to show you, and this is
one.
Mia.
The nuclear threat. Second.
Turn that off again. But again, just kind of look at that sleeve just magically grow. It's like a chia pet. Woo, look at me. Magic Grow Barbie, wasn't that a thing? I mean, I don't know, guys. That's really weird.
Thanks,
Show this
Frog.
to you again. Let me take that away, the lower third away, so you can really see it again. But this just makes me believe that, you know, it's that sleeve magically growing. Is he really moving much when?
This
No,
is
I
one
mean,
of the
that's
first
just
videos
really,
about
really
this,
bizarre.
yeah.
So the magic sleeve moving to me makes me think that that this maybe is still AI. Now I get it. A lot of people, you know, I think a lot of people are just hoping the guy's unalive, and so people are watching these with an eagle eye, hoping and pointing out as many things as they possibly can, hoping that the guy is no longer with us. After all of the death and destruction that he has caused thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, many people would like to see this guy no longer on Earth. So there maybe is a tendency to look for things that aren't there, but I don't know if that's what we're doing entirely. I mean, to me, things are looking strange, and these videos don't really add up. And I think the biggest question is, if he is alive, and if this press conference today was legitimate, and if it's true that, you know, Jeremy Diamond and Richard Engel and these other reporters were truly there, truly seeing Bibi, and they could actually testify to that and say, yes.
Amber H says, meet at door. Gate code 0632. Enter complex and turn left onto Valentine Drive. Lot 387 is the one. Amber H says, meet at door. Gate code 0632. Enter complex and turn left onto Valentine Drive.
I think the guy's alive. I hope he's alive, but those videos are weird. You know, I mean, most anybody that can watch these videos, but those videos are weird and they don't add up. The question is, what would be their end game? If he is alive and he's well and this was a real press conference, what is the end game? Was it maybe to cause confusion with Iran so that they could then take out some of their other leaders? Was it to make them believe he's dead so they stop targeting him? I mean, these are all possibilities, but something is definitely not right. And I think most people can
Something
agree
going on.
that, yeah, there is something very odd about these.
Okay, I'm back again. So, I think I've had enough of this. It's very interesting so far. No sign of Benji.
Seeing some weird things like a growing sleeve that just happens to kind of grow out of nowhere.
So far, no sign of Benji. And it could be tactical. It's possible that it's tactical. But I think we'll find out. I might already know. Might be tactical. But I bet you Iran knows where he is. Right?
I will sleep with you every night, but I will never love you.
Every night.
Your virginity is mine, Alessandra. If you sign this contract, you owe me.
Satan!
I will sleep.
As Donald Trump's disastrous war and unlawful war against Iran spirals out of
testimony
today,
just like that.
Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth said we're going to need $200 billion more in order to fight this war, and they want Congress to authorize the $200 billion more for this war, despite the fact that Congress has not even authorized this war in the first place. This, as the entire Gulf is now engulfed in a massive war, and let's just face it, the tentacles of this war have spread throughout the entire world, and never before has the United States, and I say this sadly as a patriotic American, never have we looked weaker. You want to talk about escalation dominance? 48 hours ago, Donald Trump and Netanyahu hit the South Pars energy facility in Iran, and yes, Donald Trump was involved in it, despite him saying, no, it was just Netanyahu who did it. And Iran said, okay, well, you hit our South Pars, we're going to hit the northern LNG, liquefied natural gas facilities of Qatar, which provide 20% of the LNG to the entire world, and we're going to hit Riyadh. And within 12 hours, Iran, true to its promise, hit those facilities, and now they are likely damaged for the next 3 to 5 years. So even if this war were to stop immediately, like today, which it's not going to, the long-term effects of this are going to be absolutely devastating. And folks, we're not just talking about Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran hitting the neighboring facilities after its facilities were struck. I mean, we're also talking about fertilizers. We're also talking about helium. We're also talking about the tourism sector in the Middle East. Then there's a cascading domino effect. What about all these Middle East countries that would invest in startups here in the United States and put their money into private equity companies and purchase things in America? Do you think they're going to do that? And then after Iran retaliated following Donald Trump's strike and then Netanyahu's strike on their South Pars facility, Donald Trump makes this social media post and he's like, I had nothing to do with it. It was just Netanyahu. Please stop striking Qatar. Please stop doing that. But if you continue to strike Qatar, we're going to unleash hell and fury on you. And then you had Donald Trump with Prime Minister Takaishi of Japan, and Trump was like doing Pearl Harbor jokes with Takaishi. That was just so utterly culturally insensitive just to everybody involved. I mean, we're in this war. Japan is suffering right now. And Donald Trump says to Takaishi, the Prime Minister of Japan, I do surprises like you did surprises. Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? That's why I got involved in this war in Iran, because I want to do surprises. Donald Trump goes from begging our NATO allies for help to making social media posts saying we don't need their help. You have Hegseth and Trump and Scott Bessent and this whole despicable regime saying Iran's military has been gutted. They've been totally decimated. But when you look at the data, they still have their Shahed drone strikes. They still have their ballistic missile strikes. In fact, they are more able to hit their targets than they were before, and we're seeing strike after strike hitting these facilities. I mean, look right now in Israel, Haifa, one of their biggest energy facilities there, has been directly hit by Iran, and this thing is spiraling out of control. By the way, in response to all of this, what is the Trump regime floating today? Well, after removing sanctions against Russian oil, right, and allowing Russia to make billions of dollars selling its oil that was once sanctioned, now Donald Trump says we're going to remove the sanctions from Iran. Yeah, Donald Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent are like, yeah, I think it's time that we remove the sanctions from Iran. What? And now Iran has such a stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz that they are now collecting tolls, $2 million to pass through, but you have to be allied with Iran. And they're now making a new business out of this. That's how firm their control is right now. And they see how weak Donald Trump is. They see that NATO doesn't want to support Donald Trump, and when Trump tries to put out these weird statements like Italy support this, all these countries are like, no, we're not. All we've said is that after the war's over, we're happy to help stabilize the region and do our part. We ain't getting involved in this war. Let's be very clear. America looks weak. America looks isolated. Despite all these machinations with Donald Trump removing sanctions from Russia, and now I guess Iran, the price per barrel of oil continues to surge. I don't think it's out of hand to expect $150 per barrel, $200 per barrel. We'll see. Our markets are crashing. But even just looking at it beyond short term, think about the long-term systemic impacts, both in terms of supply chains being destroyed, as I mentioned, not just oil supply, helium, fertilizers, and then just a restructuring of a world order now where it looks like the outcome is Iran's going to be stronger, America's going to be weaker, China's going to be much stronger, Russia's going to be much stronger, and what Donald Trump's revealing what a paper tiger he is. Talk about all of this and more on the Midas Touch podcast. I'm joined by Brett and
Paper
Jordy.
tiger.
Great to see you all. And you want to know, we've all been traveling a lot lately. We just came back from Austin, where we won the newest podcast of the year.
It's your birthday.
Thanks to all of you.
We don't give a because it's your birthday.
We dedicated the award to all the Midas Mighty. It was a tough category. We were there with the New York Times and NPR, other top news. We weren't in the political category. We were in the news category. They also put Megyn Kelly in that category with us. And a lot of my speech also was about beating Megyn Kelly, but more importantly, representing our democracy and calling out a lot of the fascist lies that we're seeing. It was a big award, but most importantly, it was an award dedicated to this whole community. Brett, Jordy.
Great to be here, Ben. Great to be here, Jordy. Great to be here, Midas Mighty. And thanks to everybody watching live on YouTube. Thanks to everybody listening on the various podcast apps. I believe that we're all fixed now on the Apple Podcast app for those who are having trouble. So if you can, go and check and make sure that you're able to access the show. I want you to do that basically right now. Leave a 5-star review if you see the show.
I'll be back. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. One's got a Sprite. Triple check everything. Triple check everything. Let's see. Okay, let's see which one this one is. Turn on the lights. This one is Micah. Last Micah. There's Micah. Now, which one is next? It's gonna be Daryl. Chill out, bro. This one has, let's see, let's just check the other one. This one we're going to right now. Let's see. This one first. That's the first one. I think it has a Sprite. Let's turn this on. What's this one called? This is the one that
So
does not have a
you've
drink.
been such a
It's
big
called,
help in helping us overcome Apple blocking our show over the past week. But it looks like we are back in action. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you did to help us win the iHeart Award for Best News Podcast. Like Ben said, we were going up against like such incredible competition. I truly did not think we were
Providence,
doing
faith,
that
grace,
category.
hope,
I'm
mercy,
just being
charity,
one.
sympathy,
But we did, and it was
compassion,
an
awesomeness,
incredible
wonderfulness,
experience.
amazingness,
But you know,
endurance,
as I
diligence,
always say, the
perseverance,
things that make me
comprehension, clarity,
the happiest
discernment,
about the show
prosperity,
getting accolades
creativity,
and all of this
comfort,
is that it
truth,
helps it reach a
virtue,
wider
knowledge,
audience.
wealth, might,
And
strength,
while
power,
the bad
intellect,
guys out
memory,
there, the
perfect
authoritarians,
prosperity,
the international network of authoritarians are out
perfect
there
prosperity,
flooding the
and
zone with crap every day and lies.
celestial
I think it's so important that we are
inheritance in
flooding
the
the
name of
zone
Yeshua.
with truth here at
And
the
that's
Midas
what
Touch
increased
Network, and that we are
us.
making sure that this truth gets out to as many people as possible. And now, looking at the situation that we find ourselves in with this war, it frankly cannot be more of a disaster. Donald Trump started this war without telling any of our allies. He clearly had no idea what the hell they were doing. He thought that he could just go into Iran with overwhelming force, kill the Ayatollah, and that would be it. He'd be able to get out and say victory, they surrendered. But that's not what's happening. This is, as Ben said, making the United States of America look so incredibly weak right now. We look like utter buffoons. We've only actually improved Iran's standing in the region. We've endangered our allies in the region and all the Middle Eastern countries in the region. And now we are going to pay the price here at home, quite literally, in the form of higher prices as there's these supply chain disruptions, as we see the price of oil spiking. And none of our allies want to help us right now because Donald Trump has given them the middle finger. Over the past year, none of them want to get into a war, especially a war that was started from an offensive posture by Donald Trump, where there was no imminent threat to the United States or anybody from Iran at those times. And the Trump administration continues to lie the same way they lied over and over and over again. Their messaging is horrific. Their propaganda is horrifying. And their entire war.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. Whether you have complete teeth, partial missing teeth.
All right. What's up, everybody? So, sorry for the hiatus. I feel like I am doing a terrible job of keeping up on uploads because I had surgery and then now I'm on spring break and on the road. But, you know, while I've been on the road, the world has descended into the, what's the right way to put this? I don't even know how I would metaphorically describe the state of the world right now. You know, I don't know. I don't know the right metaphor, but I'm not really in the mood to go like doom and gloom so I'm just going to try to make fun of things while we educate the world on what's actually going on. I will say, what's up, everybody? But like, when it comes to the situation, anybody watch my video that I did about the stalemate in the Strait and how dire that situation is. I did realize there is one major saving grace that could keep us from total annihilation, you know, not like nuclear, but in terms of like economic, because they seem to have us by the balls, you know, like they really have us by the balls. All of our allies need oil. They have this one little area and it's a choke point for the whole world. And but here's the thing. If the US dollar collapses and the economy in America collapses, China's collapses also, because China's number one economic driver is building and shipping stuff to us. So I don't think that they want to just literally put us in the ground economically, but I don't think that there is any way out of this situation where we are not, I mean, like we're going to lose, like we're not going to win. That is for sure. Absent nukes. Unless someone has some kind of insight that I don't, you know. But anyway.
Well, they did say that.
Balthazar, what's up, dude? Brooke Mathis, thank you very much. Trying to heal up nicely. I did an interview the other day. The dude's like, it was a great interview. He's like, I posted it on my timeline, and he's like, what do you know about the Black Eye Club? And I was like, are you implying that I am part of Pizzagate? Because I'm not, okay? My face was surgically altered, and now I have black eyes. Dude, check this out, actually. Do you guys want to see how gnarly this is, dude? Okay, check this out. Sinus lift, post-op bruising. This is what I had done. I found, dude, I'm not even sure if I can actually even show some of these because they're so bad. Oh my God.
Where is it? Where are we at?
Like, this is the same, same surgery that I had. Okay, check this out. Like, this is the exact same surgery that I had.
Stuff.
I saw that, I was like, all right, I think I probably got off easy. But, okay, so let's go ahead and let's run over here because the headline of the stream is about Joe Kent and what he revealed related to the Charlie Kirk assassination, which is only going to be a starting point. We're going to talk about a lot of other stuff. We're going to talk about the state of the world and a lot of other things, but we're going to start right here only because one of the worst kept secrets in the world was that Joe Kent was the source of the fact that during the Charlie Kirk investigation, they were blocked from investigating any foreign interference, right? If you guys don't remember that, there was a report that came out that I believe came initially from Mike Glover. Mike Glover is, as I remember, don't quote me on this, I think he's...
This Uber call is being recorded.
Hello?
Hey, do you have the no trespassing sign with the green mailbox?
Yeah.
Yep. The White House?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'll be right there. Thanks.
Okay.
God bless you. Bye. Be back. Walking down here. Let's see. Make sure I get the right thing. Get right here. Yep. Okay, let's see what we got. Medium Sprite. Okay. So that's the guy on the floor. Here. Right here. Okay. So the medium spray. Right there. Hold up just a sec, I'm coming. There we go. Okay, here we go.
I'm pretty sure that he was a Green Beret, and then he was I know he was a contractor with the CIA, but he's like a certified, like very, very, very credible, like tons of tours guy. I actually took a firearms course from him the day after the George Floyd thing happened. Super random, but yeah, so he was the first one that I heard talk about it, and he was like, he's like, I mean, he kept saying like someone really, really, really high up, and I was like, I bet you that's, and I couldn't remember Joe Kent's name at the time, but I was like, that's got to be the guy who was working directly under Tulsi, and yeah, and then I think Nate was like, that's Joe Kent. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But bottom line is, so he said that Kash Patel was compromised because he had blocked them from investigating into whether or not there was foreign interference. And everyone was like, why on earth would he do that? And at the time, like obviously, simple way to, like, if you're, how you interpret that story. Actually, you know what? Let's listen to him say it before I just start going off. Like, I'm just, okay. And then, has anyone blanked a BOB boxing dummy in the neck with shirt and necklace to compare the reaction to the shirt of CK? If not, dude, I don't know if this is what you were saying, but what I'm hearing, which is a genius idea, and I'm literally going to call Ebony to go right after this, is we should put a shirt on the dummy and then shoot its neck with a 30-06 and see if the shirt does what happened on Charlie Kirk. I can't believe I never thought of that. I can't believe I never thought of that. That is an excellent, I don't know if you really, hang on, neck, shirt, and necklace compare the reaction. So, we're doing that. We're definitely going to do that. Yeah, we will definitely do that. That's a great call, man. Thank you. We will do that for sure. Okay, so let's listen to Joe Kent, and we will discuss.
What kind of pressure does it require to get a president who campaigns against exactly this thing for 10 years to do exactly this thing? What does it take to do that? I wish I knew definitively. I think there's two potentials, there's two schools of thought. I mean, one is the media echo chamber.
By the way, this is not starting on the Charlie Kirk portion.
I'm on
but if
the
you guys
phone
can see on the top, you guys probably can't. High Street.
But it's during this video.
That was trippy right there.
The way the Israelis come in and kind of launder the information, like I described previously, and then the other option is much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk.
And by no means am I saying the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there, and there is enough data to at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to ask, basically, was there any linkage between what took place with Asif Merchant, who was recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump. The FBI put a confidential human source at him. All this is public now. This is all out there in the open. And he's arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot at President Trump. We think Merchant and the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Merchant. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we did get into his devices, maybe there's nothing there. No more questions are allowed to be asked about Thomas Crooks.
Yeah. And if you guys didn't see the episode that Tucker Carlson did on Thomas Crooks, it was amazing. Amazing. This was very recent, maybe 3 months ago. And I remember, this was 3 months ago still, when the Charlie Kirk investigation, on YouTube was a lot more focused still. And I remember the whole, for 3 days or 3-4 days, the whole thing was all about the what was discovered on that Thomas Crooks documentary that Tucker Carlson did, because it was incredible work, and it was very clear that he was recruited. And for those of you who didn't see it, Thomas Crooks had a very large online footprint, and his footprint looked like this. He was a psychotic, rabid Trumper, and then he switched completely and then became this psychotic anti-Trumper, and he was saying things in the comment sections that were how did someone not arrest him? He was threatening to organize groups that would go into government buildings and whack everybody out. He was just stuff where you're how is this guy not already in jail? And then there was another account which started interacting with him throughout and kind of exacerbating this. And then the guy, all of a sudden, once they started talking, he's just completely dark and never posted any comments about that ever again. It was I think that was in 2022, so 2 years before he took the shot, and assuming it was actually him that took the shot. And there's reports that he had all of these encrypted messaging apps in his phone where he was communicating with people overseas, and we never got the official stories. They couldn't get into those apps or something. You're what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? There's no way that these apps exist that, I guess it's not no way, but it seems extraordinarily unlikely that there are apps that the intelligence agencies cannot access. You know what I mean? Jasmine, thank you very much. I just saw an article that unknown drones are flying over DC. Isn't that where Candace and Joe Kent are now? Yes, I did see that as well. Although I didn't see who. I feel like hang on, let me look that up real quick, because I feel like they quoted someone else that they were concerned about.
Jamari Y says, meet at door. Do you mind calling me so I may speak to one of the Zaxby's workers? I order a house salad and it was taken off my order but charged my...
That my computer's on is all shaky.
A little late for that.
Yeah, so it was... Oops. What on earth is going on? Oh, the Washington Post. I thought it was New York Times. I'm I subscribe to the New York Times. Don't hold that against me, guys, but I do. Okay. Is this about me? Hey.
Hey.
Why's that?
1:30. Dope. Okay. prank calls. Don't forget about the prank calls. Possibly. Yeah.
A lizard person. I always, the guy whose interview I did the other day, he asked me about that too, and just because we were talking Pizzagate and all that stuff, and he's like, where do you land on the reptilians? So I'm like, that's always been a little outside of what, like, the kinds of things that I look at, but the only credible thing I had ever seen about it was that the report that one of the victims said that Epstein turned into some kind of green monster right in front of her. I was like, I mean, I'm not in the people who are doubting stories of people talking about these guys have a real bad track record of being right. You know what I mean? But anyway, how would you possibly think that this is a statement that makes any sense? Anyone who believes Joe Kent is dumb. Why? Why would he lie? Why? What would his motivation be to lie? Like, I'm not, it's a genuine question. Like, if people don't believe him, why would you? What would be his motivation to lie? What is his like? Why is he doing this if it's not what he is saying that it is? You know what I mean? I'm at an Airbnb.
1:30. So
anyway, let's continue.
The DHS IG is currently being blocked from investigating Butler as well. That's out in the media. That's all well known. Your investigative journalist found that Crooks did indeed have an online persona,
Quite an
online
extensive
footprint.
one.
And he was talking to people. So it's like, why aren't we investigating?
Okay, he's under investigation. He's under investigation for telling the truth. He's under investigation for leaking information, is what they're saying. That's the opposite of not believing him. It means that he was like ethically compelled to share what he was seeing to a point that he leaked. If he even leaked, I don't have any idea if he did. But like, I don't know. For me, I've always felt very confident looking at a situation where people are telling two different stories and evaluating who has the incentive that's more likely to lie. And in this case, like, it's not like I can know for 100% sure if someone's lying unless they're like, whatever. But normally, if you just look at, okay, these people are saying this and these people are saying this. Oh, these people stand to gain $5 million if it goes, if the story they're telling is true. This person is probably going to lose their job for telling the truth. It's like, okay, well, that's pretty fucking easy. It's like, okay, does this person have anything against this company where they might be trying to get revenge? Like, no, they were in good standing. It's like, well, then why would they lie? I know why they would lie. Why would they lie? You know what I mean?
This. I mean, if
an attempted murder of a presidential
candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year, and then Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran. Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval.
Wow, that is
it's amazing.
What time is it?
1:30.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's right.
Okay, cool. All right.
I couldn't remember where I told you.
Okay, well, I love you.
Love you too.
Okay, see you in a little bit.
Okay.
God bless you. Peace.
God bless you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Bye.
I mean, I believe it. Like, Charlie is a, what's that movie? Can you be on? No, not really. I mean, yeah, definitely no. Yeah. Charlie's a strategic-minded person who genuinely believed that, like, in America First principles. Yeah, I mean, that's... But do I believe Candace is always correct? No, of course not. No one's always correct. And I've been, that's the thing that makes me unique in this entire story related to, like, I don't know, channels that interact with Candace is like, I have 100% of the time supported and defended her, while basically 100% of the time disagreed with her on her, you know, what she believed the actual answers to all the questions were. And what's funny is that now, when I realized she was way closer to right than I was, you know, all along. Like, she was right there. She was literally right there. And then it turned out that I had fallen for, like, the trick. But the conclusion and the reason why she was right there, the reason why there's so much evidence that it is, you know, I mean, you guys know what I think. And, you know, which brings us to this story right here, which, of course, like, to somebody who hasn't looked hard at this case and is just kind of like, they're observing the world and they know as much as you would know at this moment. And it's like, they wasn't allowed to investigate international, you know, involvement. What would you think? Of course, you're like, okay, so, hey, they probably did it over there. You know, they found out that he was going to, you know, he was going to rally against going into Iran. That's their number one priority. He had been warned a bunch of times, and so Israel probably did it. And they have, you know, they have people compromised, and so they're keeping Cash and Trump in line to not let anyone look into it, to pin it to him. The thing about it is that, like, I mean, like, it's a common sense conclusion for people, but it doesn't take other things into consideration. Like, Mossad is not going to kill Charlie Kirk in public like that. Like, that's just not a thing that no one would do that. Like, no one in there's the importance of not being implicated or found out killing Charlie Kirk if you are a nation state, like, and especially Israel, would be, I mean, you're talking an existential threat. This is the most likely way to get caught, is like if you do something super public and you do whatever, and especially like if you involve all this.
New message from Mike S.
Like, there's no
Don't not just leave it, thanks.
Charlie like this one. There's a million other ways to get to him. Like with JFK, when you know you have to smoke him like in, you know, during a parade. It's the president of the United States. It's completely different than someone who goes on college campuses. You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to get to the president because the president's so well protected. But like just a person who, you know, is in that vicinity but does not have Secret Service and is out at college campus all the time and like lives a normal life, like there's a million ways they whack him out where no one would see it. And I mean, I consider that pretty much like a rock solid assumption that is essentially would disqualify them almost like just that. But then when you factor all the other stuff in that I've discussed on the series, it's like, oh, well, that would explain exactly why they wouldn't let them look into it further, because they're on the outside of what Cash, Trump, Charlie, and all of them did. And so, like, you know, you, as big as the circle seems, the way that I've been covering this, Trump, JD, Cash, the Team USA leadership, whoever, you know, military intelligence, his security team, whoever else was involved in this thing, like, it sounds like a lot of people, but you do compartmentalize that as much as possible. So this actually would completely line up if the theory is correct, but who knows? I mean, dude, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like right now, I say, like when people ask me, they're like, "How confident are you that this, you know, Charlie orchestrated this?" I'm like, 100%. That's literally how confident I am now. However, I also am confident enough, knowing myself, that as soon as Tyler Robinson is in court, I'm going to start being like, maybe not 100%, maybe I don't know, I don't know, maybe 90, you know? It's like it kept going like this because every single thing has supported the theory, but like, you know, once I'm looking at a kid in a courtroom who's actually getting tried and they're doing the trial publicly, like for sure, I'm gonna start questioning myself. There's no question about that. Okay, let's continue.
So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran,
I'm definitely, we the people, I'm gonna definitely discuss this shortly.
And for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI, I will say that they stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no. I don't think you are.
Because
and again, very important is one of the behavioral tells that is extraordinarily hard for me to even consider like shaking off is Trump is an incredibly predictable person. Like he's one of the most predictable people ever. You know what I mean? It's like he's, you know, when I say like I can read and predict what people are going to do, what it is like it's based on, if I like look at a person and I've kind of got them figured out, I'm like, okay, so what would they do if they heard that their girlfriend was, you know, in the other house with whatever, is this kind of person with whatever, you know, this is a weird example, but like what type of stimulus and how would they react? And Trump is a hammer. Like he jumps at every single opportunity to fight and attack people or like organizations that are enemies of his. It's just like every single time he is a fighter. He will always fight. And that's not it's a strength when you need a fighter, and it's a massive weakness strategically when you're up against people who are thinking long and are, you know, patient and have no ego. But as it relates to this, like everybody knows how close Charlie and the Trump, like Charlie is super close to them. It's just not like some political relationship. The idea that these leftists would have murdered Charlie Kirk and then Trump would have told Cash, because they can claim the case. Like it is technically not he's not a political, he's not like a political official, but his vicinity to it, like if the FBI wanted to make it or the U.S. attorney, whatever, if they wanted to make it a federal case, all they'd have to do is just claim it. They just say, yeah, we want that one. And the president of the United States, for sure, could be like, that's ours. I can't imagine a world where he would not say, Cash, I want you to bury this motherfucker under the jail and make sure he gets whatever. Okay, like it's bizarre. Like I find it extraordinarily bizarre that he would have not wanted to take that case on. And you know, if you've got like if you have it doesn't actually. This, I don't want to derail this thing, but oops, what did I just do? Hang on, where did I go? I lost it, dude. I'm sorry. I had one that I wanted to respond to. It was from Black Eye Club. Yeah. I know they asked. Yeah, I told you he asked me about that in my interview. But nope, definitely not. You want to see? I'm not gonna show you. I have screws, literally, like these screws they put into my jaw are so huge. Like I had dental implants before, but like I didn't go to an oral surgeon to get them done, and so they're just kind of like I didn't realize there was such a huge variance between like a dentist does an implant versus an oral surgeon does an implant. I just didn't know. And dude, the screws that are in my jaw right now are massive, and like I can like feel how big they are. And anyway, it's not here today. But but yeah, like in the
Micah S says, leave at door 221, second floor. Number 8857 is gate password.
whatever.
Micah S says, leave at door 221, second floor. Number 8857 is gate password.
If leftists killed Charlie and the uprising would cause, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And except for, so they let them whack out Charlie, it's like, or Charlie was facing prison and wanted to take himself off the map, and he thought of a plan that like checks every box. It's like a perfect circle, perfect circle. And whenever I start to even have a sliver of doubt, I just go back to Snake Eyes, and I'm like, oh, cool. And Stacey Sheridan started the Gary Sinise Foundation. Gary Sinise is the co-star of Snake Eyes, and they just literally based this entire thing on Snake Eyes, and then someone leaked it. That I am pretty confident is exactly what happened. Someone must have leaked it. Someone from the inside told the Snake Eyes story, and then it ended up on TikTok. But nonetheless, so wait, okay. Someone did hire a professional makeup artist, recreated to show further proof. Oh, dude, this has already been done, dude. This is like mega been done.
Okay.
This has been done by my guy on X, Henshaw. Hold on. I'll pull him up, and you can go watch that. Like he's recreated it with literally like just stuff at his own house. He's not even a makeup artist. And it's so close. Jordan Henshaw on X, if you go look at his stuff. Anyway, okay, but we're not talking about that today. Today we are doing this, and then we're going to talk about the Iran thing.
You know, because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of.
Okay, I'm sorry. I promise I'm not going to do this all night. Oops. Why would Charlie fake his death when Trump could pardon him? Because, okay, I'm trying to figure out a way to answer. I'm not like frustrated with you. I'm just trying to figure out a way to answer this that doesn't turn into this huge thing. Charlie was getting targeted by the special prosecutor, the same as Paul Manafort, who went to jail for 7.5 years. Trump did pardon him. Trump was going, he was not going to go to jail. He was not going to go to prison. If Trump would not have won, he would have, for 100% sure, have gone to prison. This is straight from Charlie's mouth publicly. If Trump, was still in power, he has nothing to worry about. But if they ever lose power again, okay, make no mistake about it, Trump and these guys are in a war. That is a fact. It's the Trump side, like Trump and like Charlie and all those guys, and then I would say like Elon and Peter Thiel. So you have like the new tech guy, like the new tech people, right? Like tech and Trump and Charlie versus these guys over here, who are the old school finance dynasty oligarchs with all the names that you're thinking of. They're at war. Okay, that's why things have been so crazy. As you know, when Trump's in office, then he gets out, and then all of a sudden you're prosecuting a former president for the very first time ever. All of this stuff that seems completely that New York State changes the fucking law so that people are allowed to sue people for sexual assault that's 35 years old, but they're only going to have that for 1 year. They really did that. We're just going to unlock it for 1 year, where people can sue if they were assaulted over, an unlimited amount of time, and so you have 1 year to do it, and then boom, he gets hit with this aging care, all this other fucking nonsense. They prosecuted, they hit him with 37 felonies because he paid invoices to his attorney. I mean, it's anyway. But those are the people who are doing that on that side. And they're the ones who will fund the Elon, the campaigns against Tesla and all that while he's doing Doge. This is how these guys fight. These guys fight for real with global shifting stuff. Elon buys X. Suddenly they don't have a vice grip on the dissemination of information anymore. If Elon wouldn't have bought X, I'm telling you, we would be in a world that does not resemble our world at all. And we have AI coming right behind it, which is going to completely change the world, completely. And we're talking soon. Okay, I had some conversations with my buddies in big leaders in Silicon Valley that are these are people who know what's going on, and they're talking about how every single one of their companies is having to navigate the AI revolution because all the investors are terrified to invest in anything because they don't. all the software industry is starting to drop, no matter what they, because the investors just have no idea like what's going to get completely replaced by AI. But when it comes to like the people and the consensus and people's opinions, AI is going to shape that in a way that I don't think people can wrap their brains around yet. Like, and this is what hangs in the balance. So like Trump gets out of office, the next group ends up in office. Charlie's one of the most influential people in the country. Without him, Trump doesn't get elected either time. And look, he was a future candidate, all that. Like the idea that he was going to survive outside of prison with what they had on him once Trump was out it does not exist. Because if you look at what was going on at TPUSA in the books and what Wolves in Finance and all those guys uncovered, I don't know for sure on any of this stuff, right? Because I wouldn't make any statements of fact about anything, aside from the fact that the other side from Charlie and these guys are demons. Okay, demons. But when you look at TPUSA's books prior to when Charlie died, like there appears to be illegality there. That's all I'm going to say. Like it seems like there was, stuff going on that was not technically illegal, right? And so those crimes are real, and that's the other thing that comes from Charlie doing this, right? If he does this, he sends out the email that says, we're doing a Doge-style audit, yada, yada, yada. That is him in writing establishing that they are going to restructure the way that they finance structure the revenue flow and all that stuff through the company. And then he dies, and then now all of the other people who might have been implicated in any of the stuff that was going on before, they have a clean slate. They will never be able to get prosecuted because all of them just go, that's the Charlie era. Like everything changed after Charlie died. So like even if there were crimes committed, we stick it on Charlie and their state. He basically sacrificed himself to protect them and then also protect himself, and then also give the world a vision of these violent leftists that'll go celebrate his death. The leftists did exactly what you knew that they would. And so it's going to shift all of these people over to the right. And had the Epstein files thing not happened, then Trump actually had listened to Charlie's, direction on the Iran war. Like aside from that would have been good. But what really would have been good is if they had not believed that Erica could pull off immediately grieving widow and then like launch her campaign 2 weeks later. That's where they fucked up. And I thought about this. I was thinking about this a lot lately, how like, it's not that Eric.
You're trying to shake up your life? This thing is the way to do it. All you do is you stand on this thing and you press play.
Scott Besson just admitted that his boss is giving up, that Donald Trump doesn't have the one thing that he talks about and cares about most, and that is leverage. Donald Trump is obsessed with the idea of leverage. You hear this all the time when he's talking about our allies, never our enemies, to be clear, only our allies. Trump says that he has the cards, or that they've been abusing us for too long, and we have to take back the power. But when Donald Trump is in an actual conflict, he always bends the knee, which is what he is doing once again, because his term is falling apart and his illegal war has only made it worse. And clearly what Donald Trump is focused on most is not that 13 service members have unnecessarily lost their lives, but the price of oil is spiking. Gas prices are seeing historic one-week surges, and Donald Trump's own supporters are losing it with him because they don't care that the president is a pedo. They're just upset that the petro is expensive. And so Donald Trump is admitting defeat, but it all starts with the reason why: his failure to secure the Strait of Hormuz.
Trump reportedly told his advisors that he did not believe Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz if he attacked Iran. Of course, Iran did. Then Trump's defense secretary said the Strait of Hormuz was open for transit, except for the small matter of the Iranians attacking ships that tried to pass through it. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln. Then Trump told Fox News that ship captains should, quote, show some guts and just sail through the strait because they had nothing to fear because Iran was defeated and wouldn't attack any more ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And then Iran attacked more ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And then Trump said that the U.S. Navy would be happy soon, very soon, to start escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And then the Navy was like,
Please. Love you. Thank you. God bless you. Peace. Bye. That boy funny. In a good way.
Oh, we cannot do that. The memorable phrase there was that it would be a, quote, kill box for the United States Navy if they even tried to do that. Then, in advance of a presidential press conference today, Trump administration sources apparently told reporters that very soon, the U.S. government would be announcing a coalition of allies who would be working together to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. We were about to announce who our allies were going to be in this joint collective effort. And everybody printed it like that meant it was going to happen. When will you learn? Watch what they do, not what they say. Because then the president held that presidential press conference and he announced, quote, we don't need anybody to help us in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't need anybody. We can do it ourselves. Then he said that he'd be announcing very soon who, nevertheless, was going to be helping us in the Strait of Hormuz. Then he berated and insulted our allies for not doing anything to help us in the Strait of Hormuz. And then reporters all over the world started checking with their own governments, and indeed, whatever he thought he was announcing about other countries coming to help us in the Strait of Hormuz, nobody is coming to help.
I've got a Uber Eats for Denasia.
And so,
Thanks. God bless you. Thank you.
maybe look at a ballroom? Russia's doing really well.
In the ballroom,
The
son.
skyrocketing price of oil fills up the Kremlin's coffers and makes them solvent again after all these years.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So I'll show you the videos I made today. I don't think you never know. Started out strong for show. So let's see, the first one is, I think this one.
People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. Get somebody out here. She's just a landlocked mermaid, but she's mermaid. But nobody believes in Leviathan, but everybody believes in Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. Get somebody out here. She's just a landlocked mermaid, but she's mermaid. But nobody believes in Leviathan, but everybody believes in Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster. People believe in mermaids, and there's one right there. Get somebody out here. She's just a landlocked
Okay,
mermaid.
so that's the first video I did today.
Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't doing nothing he said he was gonna do when he was running for president? I said, well, that's because Illuminati said he can't do none of that stuff. And you really can't do nothing unless they say it, so you might as well just... Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't doing nothing he said he was gonna do when he was running for president? I said, well, that's because Illuminati said he can't do none of that stuff. And you really can't do nothing unless they say it, so you might as well just... Everybody's asking me, well, how come Donald Trump ain't doing nothing he said he was gonna do when he was running for president? I said, well, that's because Illuminati said he can't do none of that
That's a
stuff.
good one.
And you really... I am running
Number 3.
for president of Jupiter, Alabama's Masonic Lodge. Now, I want to bus a whole bunch of people in here for a rally. So if you're interested in getting paid to go to Jupiter, Alabama and hang, I am running for president of Jupiter, Alabama's Masonic Lodge. Now, I want to bus a whole bunch of people in here for a rally. So if you're interested in getting paid to go to Jupiter,
That's number
Alabama and
3.
hang, people believe in mermaids.
1,
There's one.
2,
Everybody's asking.
3,
I am running for
4.
Charlie Kirk. Loved war with Iran. And Joe Kent go to hell. send it there. Me and Bibi Netanyahu put your fire baby that is. Charlie Kirk loved war with Iran. And Joe Kent go to hell. Okay, we're gonna send it there. Me and Bibi Netanyahu put your fire baby that is. Charlie Kirk loved war with
That's a good one.
Iran.
That's number 5. Let's see.
Joe Kent go to hell. Okay, we're gonna send it there. Me and Bibi. Everybody, people believe. People believe
1,
in Merman.
2, 3,
Charlie
4,
Kirk.
5.
Might have everything. That's the narrative. It all. Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson.
I'll take you out to see the place where the man in the moon has smiling face. Yeah. You don't have to wear no fancy lace.
Everybody, people believe. People believe in
1,
everybody.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 9. That's it. Number 9. So I did 9. Okay, well, that's interesting. Honey, I know it makes you mad. Honey, I know it makes you mad.
Why is
Everybody telling everybody what you have done.
baby? Honey.
Got a soft spot for you. Got a soft spot, soft spot. Yes, I got a soft spot, soft spot.
Always say you. I'll take you out to see the place where the man in the moon has smiling face. Yeah. You don't have to wear no fancy lace.
Number 9. We got 9. That's dope. So, the lowest one is the last one. And it's got 149. Nope. 1. That's the lowest. Okay, here we go. Okay, we'll put you back. Hello.
You have the nausea, right?
Yep, that's right.
Corruption and foregoing on 5 years of their disastrous war
Thank
in
you.
Ukraine. Russia now is not just getting rich off of Trump's war in Iran. Russia is outright helping Iran kill U.S. troops and target U.S. facilities in the Middle East. Trump's U.S. ambassador to the nations, Mike Waltz, says Russia has a wartime, quote, strategic partnership with Iran. Iranian officials have publicly confirmed that they have Russia's, quote, military cooperation.
Oh, great. Russia is benefiting as we see the price of oil
Confirm
surge.
order.
Doesn't that seem like a strategy that like
Press
Donald
order
Trump
number.
cooked up in a lab? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Americans are gonna die. We're gonna distract from the Epstein files. A bunch of rich guys are gonna get even richer, and Russia is gonna crush it.
971.
Like if Donald Trump could put together a scenario, that is exactly what he would do. All the people he cares about are benefiting, and all the Americans dying. He'll just put on a hat and try to sell some merch and make some money off of an email
I don't
list.
see it.
That is what Donald Trump will do. But he does understand the political implications of spiking gas prices, considering that Donald Trump said again and again and again and again and again and again and again on the campaign trail that he would lower the price of energy to next to nothing, and that would affect everything. And now energy is spiking, and yes, it is affecting the cost of everything. So Donald Trump has made one decision that would fix that. He's ending the war. Nope, I'm just joking. He's admitting defeat in a different way. Trump administration eyeing removal of sanctions on Iranian oil. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. was preparing to lift sanctions on about 140 million barrels
He's
of
blocking the
Iranian
whole
oil
thing.
out at sea. The White House is looking to lift sanctions on Iranian oil to curb rising prices, Treasury
I
Secretary
got out your
Scott
way, and
Bessent
you're going
said
to get
Thursday.
in mine.
The unusual move, to say the least, comes as the price of oil has spiked in recent days, adding pressure on White House officials to justify the war to consumers whose gas prices have begun to soar. In essence, we'd be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians. If that's not logic, I don't know what is. To keep the price down for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign, so we have lots of levers. Back to the leverage conversation, Bessent said. He added that the administration wanted to free up about 140 million barrels of Iranian oil currently out at sea. The U.S.
All right, I'll be
may
right back.
also release more oil from its strategic petroleum reserve in the coming days.
$10.
Bessent said, though, he ruled out intervening in oil.
Years I thought the mark of the beast would be something obvious, a clear sign, something forced on people who could simply refuse it. I believed, like many do, that as long as you stayed alert and said no, you would be safe. That belief was wrong. What most people think about the mark is not true, and Jesus showed me why. I'm Michael, 45 years old, and 3 weeks ago I died in a military hospital outside Kandahar. During those 23 minutes when my heart stopped, Jesus revealed how the mark will really work, and what it will truly take to reject it in 2026. I wasn't a religious man before this happened, just a career soldier who believed in duty, honor, and the mission. But now I carry a message that refuses to let me sleep at night. The explosion happened on January 15th during what should have been a routine patrol. We were checking a supply route when the IED detonated directly beneath our vehicle. The blast threw me 15 feet through the air, and I remember the strange silence that followed, like the world had been put on mute. My body hit the ground hard, but I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything except a cold certainty that I was dying. My team was shouting, applying pressure to...
Candace's episode,
It was amazing.
She went absolutely max. Yesterday, in general, for content, was a crazy day. So much happened yesterday. Joe Kent, Matt Walsh said some BS again, and we're going to get to all of that, but definitely going to just focus on this crazy explosive information that happened in Candace's episode last night. Because it was a hard...
$10 for a large, $10 for any 3 toppings, $10 for your choice of hot crust, only at Pizza Hut.
You make it through security so fast.
I'm gonna just say it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, because I know this is gonna be a crazy one. Back on the Truth Is channel, and my mind is just tripping out because he's breaking down so many movies that a lot of us probably never even heard of before. It says, this movie revealed what happens on the island. Now, I told y'all, a lot of us are speculating, and you can just kind of be like, you know what, these are the people that they're saying is there, and this is what was allegedly taking place, and you're trying to just put everything together. It gets dark. It really does. That's why I say go on walks, go read a book, go do something that makes you happy, laugh, and inspire you, because this stuff can be very tiresome on the mind. Am I saying that right? Tiresome? Whatever. We ain't gonna waste no more time. The original video, like I said, will be in the description, so you guys can check that out and even subscribe. Let's jump right into it.
In this island, the elites can break every law and walk away completely untouched. For a hefty fee, they can literally do the unthinkable to anyone they desire, and the authorities will make it disappear. A place where innocent people become a part of...
That is key right there. They can do anything they want, and the authorities can make it disappear. And we keep saying, why hasn't anyone been arrested? There you have it.
The attraction. While this sounds exactly like the story surfacing in the released documents right now, it is actually the plot of the movie Infinity Pool. This film reveals the mechanics of invincibility and exactly how the system is designed so they can always get away with it. It also tells us about a technology the elite might already have. Today, we are decoding Infinity Pool to reveal the dark secrets it tells us about the island. Infinity Pool follows James, a struggling writer visiting an isolated
Comment below if you guys have seen this movie. Never heard of it.
Gonna go watch it.
I know what an infinity pool is, but I've never heard of this movie. Please comment below. Look at these masks, man.
Decoding Infinity Pool to reveal the dark secrets it tells us about the island. Infinity Pool follows James, a struggling writer visiting an isolated high-security resort in a third-world country. The island is heavily guarded, and the guests are warned that crossing the resort walls is a death sentence. But when a wealthy couple claiming to be fans lures James and his wife into a dead zone outside the gates, they break the only rule. The adventure instantly turns from paradise to nightmare when James hits a local man with his car. Instead of calling for help, the couple convinces him to flee the scene. When the authorities eventually track him down, the punishment is death, but James is offered another solution. In this country, money buys a biological double, an exact clone that takes your place for the execution. James agrees, watching from the sideline.
Wow. A clone. What was the movie? The Island?
Donna Izadi says, leave at door 509, building 5, door 509.
So now we're dealing with clones. Just trying to put the pieces together, man, because a lot of people say the island guy, they don't think he's dead.
Other solution. In this country, money buys a biological double, an exact clone that takes your place for the execution. James agrees, watching from the sidelines as his own flesh and blood is sacrificed for his freedom. But instead of leaving the island, he is drawn deeper into a shadow group of tourists who treat the island as a playground for the unthinkable. Knowing their wealth makes them literally invincible. This movie appears to be a cinematic recreation of the information surfacing in the 2026 files regarding the disgraced financier's operation. Just like the resort in Infinity Pool, his system was a rule-free paradise where guests could indulge in the unthinkable. He ensured his powerful inner circle never faced consequences, using money, favors, or blackmail to make the evidence vanish. In the film, the authorities work directly with the criminals to facilitate the cover-up, and many feel we are watching this in real time today. While the public knows who's guilty, the system forces us to accept a manufactured narrative to protect the elite. This movie takes us to the ultimate extreme, the ability to literally buy a biological clone to take the blame. Now, while some see this as a simple analogy for the rich buying their way out of trouble, it points to a much darker possibility in the real world. I'm not talking about the Hollywood celebrity cloning theories often discussed online. I'm talking about the use of body doubles and exit strategies for the 1% of the 1%. Take the financier's death, for example. There is a persistent theory that he never died in that cell. Instead of the reported ending, many believe powerful associates used a body double or a dummy to stage the incident, allowing him to flee the country. Considering what was recently revealed about the authorities using a prop body when moving him, this is no longer far-fetched. A man with that much leverage kept an insurance policy, a kill switch. If he goes down, they all go down. That gives the elite every reason to keep him alive and replace him with a double. In a world where they have access to the most advanced technology on Earth, a different solution, like the one in Infinity Pool, makes perfect sense. One of the most revealing moments in Infinity Pool is the ritual mass scene. When these wealthy tourists prepare to enter the dead zones, they don't just hide their faces, they transform. It's a direct callback to the ballroom ritual in Eyes Wide Shut. If you want to see more about that, make sure to watch this video after this one. This isn't just about protecting an identity, it's about detachment. The mask allows the public figure to vanish, so the monster underneath can take over. In the movie, the mask isn't used because they're afraid of being caught. It's used because it gives them the psychological pass to commit the unthinkable. Then there's the title itself, Infinity Pool. It's the ultimate metaphor for the elite's perspective. And Infinity Pool creates the illusion of water going on forever, with no edges and no drop-off. For those on the island, this represents infinite freedom. They believe their wealth has removed the edges of the world. No borders, no laws, and no consequences. But as the movie shows, that's a trap. Because
no borders, no laws, no consequences. And when you think about what he's saying, with these people wearing a mask and just feeling like, you know, nobody nobody can see me, so I feel free to do these things. It's like, how many people, like, when you watch Eyes Wide Shut and the stuff that was going on, and you think about all the people in power in this world, like, to attend these parties that they have and alleged, the alleged things that are happening there.
Yeah.
It just makes me think about how how long it's been going on and how it's still going on now as we speak. This is a lot, man. It really is. It really, really is. Because these metaphors, the infinity pool, like,
Even when you think the pool is infinite, the system has a way of closing in on you the second you become a liability to the group. Most importantly, look at the Foreign Tourist Protocol. In the film, the different solution is strictly for wealthy outsiders. While the local population is subject to brutal primitive laws, the tourists can run amok because they have the ultimate safety net, the clone. In Infinity Pool, money buys a biological double that takes the fall for your crimes. It shows us how they use a clone to escape prison and watch their own double be executed. But what's fascinating is that there's another movie that has an eerily similar story. While Infinity Pool shows us how they use clones for their freedom, this film reveals the horrifying possibility of how they use them for their immortality. Released in 2005, Michael Bay's The Island presents a world where the elite have moved.
Apparently, there are a lot of you guys that get really itchy when you shake. Just 20 minutes on this vibration plate is equivalent to 100 push-ups, 100.
So finally, we are witnessing cracks in the Israeli-American alliance over Iran, but not because the deranged occupant of the White House has suddenly developed compassion for human tragedy caused by his own warmongering desires, but because Iran's retaliation is wreaking havoc to the global economy, and Americans too are now beginning to feel the pain. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in the video, Professor Syed Marandi, an Iranian professor, destroys a presenter from an American media outlet. So please stay tuned. Donald Trump was today forced to distance himself from the Israeli attack on Iran's South Port gas field. His denial came only after Iran began to hit oil and gas facilities across the region indiscriminately.
Have you talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about attacking the oil and gas fields?
Yeah, I did. I told him don't do that. And he won't do that. We didn't discuss. We do. We're independent. We get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
Even there is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that Trump was party to the Israeli attack on the Iranian gas field. What no one told Trump, or he simply chose to ignore the advice of people around him, was the fact that Iranians are not Venezuelans. It's astonishing to note that this depraved man has still not realized who he is dealing with. He continues to delude himself with desperate hopes that Iran would surrender to his military might. And the longer this conflict rages on, the more pain Trump is going to cause to his own people.
You don't care about it, no people. Care about none of his peoples.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? The one and only James Williams Snowboarders, the Stankonia ambassador, and I'm back. Hold up. Wait. I'm looking a little bit scruffy. We're going to have to do something about this. Hold on, we'll be right back. All right, we're back, and that's much better. Don't look like nobody cares about me. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be continuing down the rabbit hole that we were on yesterday. So to bring you up to speed, if you weren't paying attention yesterday, walk down the rabbit hole of what's really going on behind lizard people. What's really going on behind a lot of things that are happening around the world. Skinwalkers, lizard people, you name it. I think it all has relation to this. And I think it's important that we touch on this. Now, I touched upon this subject. You've been following me for a long time. You know, I touched upon this 2 years ago when this all actually was going down. I probably was one of the only people in the cryptid community to ever talk about it. But I brought it to your attention because I felt like it was important. And with that being said, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, people wonder where these strange beings that we're seeing are coming from. Whether it be lizard people, dogmen, Bigfoot, all these different things. I submit to you today that our government is behind it all. Every last bit of it. Everything you've seen, they are behind it. And I'm gonna walk through some of the things that brought to this conclusion with these videos. And for those of you who don't know me, I have been in the cryptid field for 9 years.
Audrey.
What'd you say, Audrey? What'd you say?
Audrey B says, need a door. Can you get light bulbs of the same size and a different kind?
What are you talking about? Oh, that's probably an old message.
Seven interviews at this point in time, or 337 interviews at this point in time. Pretty sure it's 37 interviews at this time. Talked to over 1,000 eyewitnesses on the phone, took their stories. My research is public. You can look up Dogman 1, 102, 103, and 104. And I've done a deep dive into all this, and it just didn't make any sense. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So my premise is this. There's lizard people, real lizard people that are in control. And they're doing everything in their power to make sure that they ruin this planet and control humanity. Now, whether you say a lizard person is an actual lizard or a demon or a demonic entity, they could be interchangeable. I mean, some people won't go for lizards, some people will go for humans, some people will go for elites. I think it's all interchangeable. Clearly, there's something lizardy about the whole situation. So right now, I'm focused on the lizard aspect of it. I'm focused on their lizard asses. You heard me? But clearly, there's something else going on as well.
Here's me.
Now,
it's like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here that I pulled together. I can just take the link, I can copy a link to selection, and then I can go into Codex and I can just paste the link. Use the Figma skill to implement the automations page in my app. It was like 90% of the way there.
Chimeras. I was trying to find everything I could find about chimeras. The only thing I was able to find was this guy talking about it. Now, He was doing it as a form of satire, telling the truth with satire, which is the way you actually get the truth out. Most people think you just tell the truth and say, yeah, those people over there are a bunch of lizards. People gonna look at you like you're crazy. But nonetheless, here we go.
Involve using human embryos. Scientists have tested drugs on mice with humanized livers to predict how a regular human might react. The National Institutes of Health, the U.S. government agency in charge of biomedical and public health research, had put a ban on funding research with certain types of human-animal chimeras. Recent experiments have...
Stop, pause. Stop, pause. Point I want to make to you right now. The man just said they put a ban on certain types of research with human-animal chimeras. Was that you know? They've been busting this move for quite some time, and they've been researching for quite some time. This is a stopgap measure of them trying to hold people accountable on the back end. So it means that people have been doing it. And now they're saying, hold on. We need to put a stopgap measure in place because somebody done found out about something that was created that they ain't really like. I mean, it's just me translating it from his language to Negroese and explaining it to you. They done did something. They done caught somebody's attention. And they saying, hold on, bro, you can't be out here in these streets doing this. We got to try and find a way to dial it back, or at least make it seem like we dialing it back.
Created human chimeras made with pigs, sheep, mice that are 4% human, and even elephant seals. The International Society for Stem Cell Research has released new guidelines to allow the study of human embryos for longer than 14 days.
That's what the
The chair of
Anunnaki
the task
did.
force that wrote the guidelines say it's both difficult and pointless to propose any new limit.
That's what the
Senator Mike
Anunnaki
Braun says
did.
human life is distinct and sacred, and research that creates chimeras should be completely prohibited. Senator James
Stop. I'm gonna tell you like
Stop.
I told y'all yesterday about the test tube babies. And I said they've probably been making test tube babies. Clearly they've been making test tube babies. Here's the dilemma that we're facing. And this is what happens when you have those big brain scientist people who have no connection to the world doing things unsupervised. My background is an engineer, and I can consider myself to be a big brain, but not quite of a big brain as those people. But here's what I do know about big brain people. Megamind people. They are completely and totally disassociated and detached from society. For example, I'm a big brain engineer, but I still go to the hood to get my hair cut. And when I walk into the hood to get my hair cut, there's no misconceptions, there's no confusion about the state of America, about the state of the country. Because somebody, they got yellow tape out there. They got yellow tape up the street. So when you ride past yellow tape and go get your hair cut, you know it's real out here in these streets. When you go into the barbershop, you open the front door, and that marijuana smoke busting your nose, everybody in there laughing, clowning, and joking. And then when you really listen to what they're talking about, they explain about how their auntie died, how their cousin passed away, and how they have problems paying your bills. You understand, you can have the biggest brain you want, but you understand that humanity is still suffering. But what ends up happening is these big brains, they get in these labs. Ain't nobody there but them. Y'all need somebody like me in the lab, because I smack the crap out of it. Like, why'd you splicing it? I'm talking about not like this. You just turn that wrist, smack the piss out of it. You're like, you need to calm down. What you doing? How you think it's gonna affect the whole entire world? But nobody in there to slap. That's the problem. So they playing God. That's what they're doing. They're playing God. Now some of y'all gonna be like, there's no such thing as God. Shut your ass up. I don't care what you believe. They playing God. Straight up, that's what they're doing. And people try to push back on it.
Langford says researchers should focus on valuing the dignity of human life, not trying to genetically merge and manipulate humans and animals. Senator Steve Daines says we shouldn't become like China by failing to recognize the distinct value of humans over animals. Senator...
Oh, he just snitched on China. He just snitched on China. So here you go. Now you know. China definitely been doing it. Y'all know what they were saying that came out of. They said it came out of Wuhan. So what I'm saying is this China been doing. kind of been doing. And I dare to say this. I guarantee you keep going down this rabbit hole, you find out that the black budget funding for probably what's going on in all kind of other places.
Let's go over here.
From your damn tax dollars, right out your wallet. While you paying $13 for gas, $17.7 for eggs, $19.12 for bacon. They're just sending your money over there to make humans, to make animals, to make monsters. Yeah, they're making monsters. That's what they're doing. They're making monsters.
Dr. Braun also slammed the International Society for Stem Cell Research for providing guidance that loosen restraints on human embryos.
Okay, just a second. Ooh, yeah, 38.3 thousand subscribers. Let's see here, just a second. You should watch the movie. What movie? What movie? Watch the Grease, of course. I've seen the movie, bro. I don't need to watch a movie.
If you ain't trying to be the best at what you do, we don't know.
I just typed out what he was trying to say. So I'll just rephrase it. Okay, so
or you guys natives, and you told me to Google it, which I did. It said,
do you understand that being native and being Latin could be collective or could be separate entities on its own, given that indigenous people were here in America before any of the colonizers, including those from Spain?
That seems irrelevant to what I just said.
I'm sorry, but this conversation, it makes me really mad because I feel like, what are you trying to achieve?
Algorithm.
We'll run up in here. Oh. I'll be back. Got to run up in here.
Okay, sweet, you're a Christian as well. Yep. See, there's the answer. Well, then, yeah, well, we'll give you that second. We like to do one at a time.
Okay.
The spotlight is on you. It's your 3 minutes of fame. Good morning, brothers. Question together.
So should I?
Hold on. Okay, so my grandpa was into this. Some of his books and some of his rings, I've just been kind of doing like a bunch of deep diving into it. He was and I don't know. There's like a lot of the stuff in his books that I kind of question. And I didn't know if you guys, if those books were like shared among all Masons, or else if they were given to a higher category.
We did not hear the name of the books, and most books you can buy at Amazon, Barnes and Noble.
So, like, are you trying to confirm where your grandfather stood in Freemasonry due to the books he may have?
No, I'm just kind of figuring out what Freemasonry is. I didn't know if it was tied to paganism.
If you want an understanding of what Freemasonry is, a good book to read is Freemasonry for Dummies by Christopher Hodapp. It is a great starting book for anybody who wants a basic understanding of what Freemasonry is.
All right, thank you for joining the panel. Yes, go ahead, sir. No questions.
Yes, I've been studying for years, and I've been studying with the ancient Egyptian order, and I was told that if you don't have your bloodline together, you can't join the order.
What?
You were told a lie.
Are you
talking about Malachi York, Charles?
Oh no, nigga.
You were told a lie.
A pedophile up with some morality stuff? My bad, excuse me, brothers. But
I'm not following. I'm not supporting no pedophile stuff. I was studying this stuff before Dr. York. I was studying with the Nation of Islam and everything too.
No, the fruit wouldn't have did that, my brother.
The fruit wouldn't say ancient order, the Egyptian ancient order. No, you guys had a bogus lodge in New York called Nuwapian Grand Lodge Number 1. They had to get that shut down. Is this the con artist? He's a con artist. Is this the con artist? His holy tablets that he took off, that he plagiarized off of Zachariah Stitchin, talking about the Sumerians and everything. It was a real bogus con game with him, and it's just a lot. But
it wasn't.
Yeah, but what's your three?
It wasn't from.
Yeah, I know. I know his books were plagiarized, and those books are now on the RICO. They were on the RICO case too.
What I was trying to say was
Okay, yeah.
I got hooked up with Al Sharpton's family, and they were Freemasons. And I tried to act like I was trying to get in, and they said I couldn't get in because they didn't have a bloodline for me that they could trace back.
Al Sharpton is a bona fide Freemason, but Al Sharpton would not say anything like that to you because that's not necessarily true.
So y'all with his folks, that's what his name was, Kenny Glasgow. Come on, you all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know Glasgow.
No.
Focus. I'm gonna keep it funky with you. I think you either full of shit or you've been talking to people that's full of shit.
I've been talking to people that's full of shit, pretty much.
Yeah, because the shit you saying ain't that's not how we move.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say, but all right, whatever.
Whether you agree with Sharpton's politics or what he do or anything, or Lev or Jesse or Don King, whatever, those were bona fide Freemasons. And regardless of what they do, if they're not doing nothing illegal, so be it. But they wouldn't.
Dude, nobody has proven this.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, nobody has proven this been a
Earth community, he was very
That's why we
famous
still have a
because of the Moon
conversation to
experiment
this
back in
day. Stop just repeating
1897 or something like that. You should know that you
Get the fuck out of here.
Why am I singing while watering my plants?
I had that one Hulu, whatever he called it. That guy is a troll. I ran across him on my live a couple of times.
Which one?
He who, whatever his name was that was up here. I ran across him before.
Oh, okay.
And he's like trying to fish for some information, and he's trying to utilize stuff that he's been finding and reading and stuff like that, and trying to. He's trying to make us look like we don't know what we're talking.
It's Agora root. Yes. That's it. I just needed the A. I couldn't.
And that's just bullshit. Yeah, that's bullshit. And then if she doesn't come in, I'll be working close tomorrow. And Jimmy will have. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Jimmy was pissed off about it too.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Getting tired of the bullshit.
They need to keep your days off and not put so many.
Wouldn't that fix itself though?
No, it'll kill it. It'll kill the mama.
Really?
Divide us.
Who? Like, there's
I don't
nobody
know,
trying
bro.
to divide
I keep
us,
that shit
man.
on there, bro. It's crazy.
It's just all, you gotta be tech savvy and stuff like that. So at least you were able to play it. I can't even get it to get the point. So.
Who the fuck is Eric Snowden? Sorry.
Who's that? Charlie, if you want to hear a funny rap, try.
Eric Snowden. Are you alive?
Oh, Ed Snowden? It's just
Yeah.
I haven't heard that name and since I saw, like Joseph Gordon-Levitt play. Hold on, Miranda says, try Spose, song titled Awesome. Spose is the name of the artist? Give me 1 second, Miranda. Let me.
You have to use one eye. I'm sorry. What is it?
Song that I wanted you to search?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The name of the song is Begin Here.
Should I play it on my Beats pill?
If you can. I mean, like, it's something that I want you to listen to it. If you can play it, like.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to show the video because, the quality's ass.
I'm just trying to, like, be able to hear the sound, if anything. But it's just a sound that just, like, really, like moved me, and just, like, I hope it does the same for you. But it's an artist named Brother Ali who has an album called Shadows on the Sun. So when you were telling me, like, that song, like, Shadows in the Sun, I was like, Brother Ali? Like, whoa, man. Like, I didn't know, like, we had that kind of thing. But obviously you were talking about a different song. But the artist name is Brother Ali, and the song name, I mean, any one of his songs that comes up is great. But like Begin Here, even Looking at Me Sideways. Like, this guy is a albino who was like raised by like pretty much like black like guardians and stuff like that. And so he has an interesting like black culture and all this stuff, not realizing that he is like a product of that culture. So it's like he just like talks about some of the like deepest like like real life things. But Miranda, I didn't forget you. So Spose, awesome.
Hey, dude, can you do me a huge favor? This is definitely low. His name ain't Robert no more.
He changed his name in jail.
Yep. He might be on
What he change his name to?
Roberta.
This nigga trolling. This nigga trolling, bro.
Taylor said that it could do, but it might go
See, I'm a troll.
Tiffany.
I troll. I go on the lives as Brian Anderson, the pastor of Mount Hermon Baptist Baptist Church in Jupiter, Alabama, Rhode Island. So, that's it. That's the end of this live. Had fun.